premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wow, what a fast breaking day. A lot of breaking news, a lot happening today. Thanks for being here. I forgot, you know what, Dan Borowski, I forgot to put my earrings on. That's how crazy it was today. I have my earrings right here. Because we were doing wardrobe changes. We've got our uniforms for the Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation, the Bike Ride, Bend to the Shore Bike Ride. Thank you for all your donations. Frank Scales, he signed up for he and Ian McGinnis for Surge Philly. So they paid their entry fee and then they do the pledge. So it's all under Frankie Scales. So please donate. We got you, Frank. And by the way, I went to donate on the site and then, I don't know, it kept kicking it back. You know what's annoying when they have they do your credit card confirmation? They show you the bicycles. Show you the crosswalks. You know, that thing is ugh. And and you know me, you guys, and I always get called out because I'm here on my computer and I'm trying to fake it. And I'm pretty good at faking. And then I'm trying to pretend like I'm paying attention to Fight Club, but really I'm trying to pay on the site. Find the crosswalk. And then they're screaming about Fight Club and I'm doing 5 things anyway. How are you, Dan?
I'm doing okay. Doing good.
Got your Hawaiian kind of a style shirt on.
Yeah, just very overwhelmed this week, Dawn. It's been a crazy family week this week.
So so not only with the testing the baby for, all the things you go with a baby and also your dog.
Yeah. So last week we did an allergy test with Amelia. She had pink eye, but no, the big deal that we're dealing with now is we did a double knee replacement on our rescue dog, which is, debatable whether that's insane or not.
So the in-laws came in to help.
Yes, we had the 2 ACLs replaced, the 2 meniscuses replaced, menisci on the dog. So she's been a lump of meat, and thankfully both Anne-Mary and Mike, my in-laws, have stepped up and really helped. But, man, just until yesterday she was, doing number 1 and number 2 on herself because even though we would try to take her out, she couldn't really stand.
You could do doggy diapers.
Yeah. But the thing with doggy diapers, though, is her incision goes so close to her crotch that the doggy diaper might, cause some kind of reaction there with the infection. So
it's like having another baby.
It is. So it's been tough. It's been a lot. But we're doing great. We're doing good. She's now walking again. And, yeah, at some point maybe I could show a video.
We have to talk more. And we have to do a segment on, because I said, how are you paying for that? Because that's a fortune. On our Buddy Boy, we did a surgery. It was a lot, but
it's a ton of money.
You were smart because you and Maisie had doggy health insurance.
We forgot to cancel our insurance.
Thank God.
Yeah, we've been paying it, and thankfully we've been paying it, and we still have it, and it's come in handy. Yes.
So we have that.
Saved us a lot of money.
Local. I did want to do, if we have a second, the one story that I am obsessed with, and I think, Dan, you are too, that we've been following and even had our Sergeant Mark come on and talk to us about the excavation operation. This is at that Alney house. This is crazy, you guys.
Ooh, what's going on now?
And so now they have this huge excavator out front. I remember when my boys were little and they loved any construction equipment. It's like a boy thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we would stop and just watch this. We would drive by an excavator. We go excavator, mommy. But in this one, this is this huge, the yellow-orange excavator outside this house. The police, the neighbors are saying that the police are watching this house, guarding it. It's like a Netflix movie. And so they're removing this huge pipe beneath the home. Great music. 400 block of Chew Ave, Olney. So they're going to take the pipe once they get this. It'll undergo a forensic exam. What are they looking for, perhaps? Human DNA? What happened in the Olney house? Is it haunted? Did murders happen here? So the investigation centers around 44-year-old Eugene Horsch, now facing the federal charges. We've been talking about this. So it's alleged that he, as a convicted felon, he wasn't found in possession of firearms along with counterfeit credentials belonging to the DEA and the FBI. What was he doing with such credentials? So that's how they were able to arrest him.
Is this the guy where they were like, they had the bomb-making materials at first and it kind of just exploded from there? And
well, it's more surrounding missing persons and missing women and who went missing in that house.
So this is okay, yeah.
Remember this one?
Yeah.
Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti.
So I actually had a conversation about this recently, and it became somewhat conspiratorial, where this guy's, 40-something?
44?
When did these... We should do some digging here, when they went missing, because as you reported with Fuzzetti, his father, too, had some very questionable histories. Remember, he would do snuff
Not
films.
Fuzzetti's father. This is the...
That should be very clear. This is the guy in the only guy. He's...
in the home.
So do you... If you're theorizing, I mean, you're a newswoman by heart, so you're, I don't know. If you are to theorize, do you think the father has a hand in this? Because the guy's 40-something, and he'd had to been, if it happened 20 years ago, I don't know when it happened, he wouldn't have been in his 20s or something.
Yeah, we don't know.
His father that... I don't know. Are they looking into the father?
I mean,
it's gonna be a documentary one day.
Yeah, unusual items found on the property. A 55-gallon drum connected to the water lines.
Why?
That was something that raised some eyebrows there. And so they're looking at everything from the chemicals, drugs, firearms, ballistic evidence. I mean, this is all investigators. What else did they recover? Zip ties, a handwritten note that referenced serial killer Ted Bundy.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I think there were references, right, to Heidnik. So, it's crazy. They've expanded the parameter, cadaver dogs, protective suits, all of this, the swirl of a mystery. And so did women go into that home and never come out? And missing women, all of this swirls around, and the questions swirl. The neighbors are very interested in what's going on. What happened in the Olney house? Very creepy.
So in years past, this isn't getting... I would expect a potential serial killer to be, leading...
alleged.
Oh, yes. Like leading evening news. Is it not getting normal coverage, or is this about normal for when we have this kind of drab of information coming out?
I think I think as this moves forward, and it depends. So to me, this pipe, you have this excavator, this big piece of machinery out there today, removing that huge piece of pipe. And so was something being stored in it, or is it going to have DNA evidence, or do they have, I don't know, remnants of a body? Is that what they're looking for? We don't know. These are all questions. So Dan, to answer your question, I think once all that lab work comes back by the fall, then I think we've got a full-blown, like you're saying, a Netflix special. That's what I suspect. And then I think you garner the attention of, I think, my God, I could see all the networks being there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is it okay to theorize one more point?
Go.
The big bucket, or what is it? The barrel, 55-gallon drum connected to the water line. I mean, did you watch Breaking Bad?
Yes, exactly.
There's that famous scene with the ceramic bathtub not being able to contain the acid to dissolve a body.
See?
Instead, they have to use a special type of plastic. And then if they want a system in which it drains itself, I mean, do you add water to the top and drain it out the bottom into something else? And is that how the water line's connected? And
Yep.
My mind's going on this one, Dawn. It's creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy. So we got all that going on. And then, of course, we've been talking this morning. The latest on New Jersey is the Department of Justice now launching a full probe into the state of New Jersey for unlawful dilution of American votes. And we've heard from Armie Dillon, DOJ. They are moving forward to force New Jersey to hand over a copy of their entire voter roll after this admission. And we'll get into all of it. But last night, the headlines were obviously swirling as they admitted to something. Is it indeed a tip, the tip of the iceberg? And so now, how does this affect neighboring Pennsylvania or other states? And obviously, President Trump and many of us were, forwarding this, saying this is one more reason we need to have the Save America Act, and we need people to show ID. So we'll get into all of that, the so-called software glitch, the software company that's now being fired and thrown under the bus, they're reacting. So all of that going on. And then as well, we do have some storms. I want to just remind you, some storms that could happen, especially South Jersey today. Not as bad as yesterday, but still, it's all going on. So much happening. Thanks for being here, Linda Kearns, right around the corner. She'll be in the house. As always, we love Linda. It's Wednesday. Thanks for being here. Really love you, appreciate you, and we love Wednesdays. Have we shown Dan Brown? We'll show what Dan's wearing, because you saw what I was wearing with our gear for Families Behind the Badge. We got to show what Dan Borowski's. Wait till you see this. Right around the corner. Dawn Show, 11 o'clock edition, right back.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Of course, the big story, which is a local story technically, as we have election integrity front and center. And among the headlines is, President Trump's DOJ, Department of Justice, launching this new election integrity website. And, of course, you have New Jersey on the defense. Their governor, Mikey Sherrill, says, it happened, on a previous administration, not under my watch, a software glitch, a lot of excuses. And so, we have the perfect person, right? Here she is. The greatest. Yeah, election integrity goddess, Linda Kearns. Linda, I couldn't wait when this story broke yesterday, and Matt Rooney was, texting us, and we were all going back and forth, and I thought, thank God it's happening on a Tuesday night, and Linda Kearns will be in the house because I know you have many insights.
And here I am.
Here she is.
And Dan played my favorite Elvis song.
Dan.
Dawn, I'm going to start off. I have so much to say about this. First of all, I feel like I've been vindicated because haven't I been saying that the problem has been motor voter, that instead of the Save America, we need to fix the motor voter, which Save America, I've been saying that for months. But I'm going to read you a quote from the Philadelphia Inquirer. And this article is dated September 20th, 2017. So we're in 2026 right now. So 9 years ago. Yes. Listen to what the Philadelphia Inquirer wrote. Philadelphia City Commissioner Al Schmidt, he's our current Secretary of State. He was once the Philadelphia City Commissioner. Al Schmidt says he found a glitch in PennDOT's approach to motor voter that may prompt some people in this country legally but not eligible to vote to register to vote anyway. So Pennsylvania had this problem too. And of course, the powers that be call it a glitch. And I'm here to tell you, Dawn, I don't think it's a glitch. I think it's a feature. And I think that they're trying to basically cover it up.
It's a feature.
So in the 1990s, President Bill Clinton signed what's known as the Motor Voter Act. And what that act said was when you go to get a driver's license, a state must offer you the opportunity to vote. And therein lies the problem, because what happened is it dumped tons of people onto the voter rolls that wouldn't otherwise have been on there because they had no interest in voting. They didn't want to vote, but it dumped them all on there. And it caused a lot of problems with our voter rolls, not only with basically offering the opportunity to people who were otherwise ineligible. You could be under 18, you could be not a citizen, but also it dumped a lot of duplicates on the voter roll because, people's names can vary. I have a middle name, Linda Ann. Well, what if I registered to vote as Linda Kearns, but I got my driver's license as Linda Ann, and then every time I went to renew it, I said, sure, register me to vote. Well, that's then sending a new voter registration to the voter registration office, and they have to sift out those duplicates. So this motor voter law has been a problem for a very, very long time. And when Congress came out with the Save America Act and the president keeps promoting it, I've always said motor voters the problem. And I would like to see the Save America Act. If the federal government is going to dip its toe into elections again, take a lesson from how horrible the Motor Voter Act was. And first of all, maybe don't get involved or fix that, repeal that vote, that terrible, terrible law. And what happened here in New Jersey, what they're saying doesn't make a lot of sense to me, Dawn, because what they're saying is they found over 6,000 non-citizens on the voter rolls. And I want to be careful with the language because I heard this morning, I think Nick referred to them as illegal aliens. We don't know that. All we know is that they're non-citizens. And most likely they are here legally, like on green cards or whatever.
Although, the point I brought up, though, was because DOJ now wants all the voter rolls, is I think part of it is what you just stated. Are they non-citizens?
Right. Who are these people?
Yeah. So they could very well be.
They could be. Yeah. We don't know.
Fully legal and on a pathway, green card, or whatever that looks like. Or are they actually here illegally, which then really complicates things for New Jersey because because of this whole thing, basically New Jersey has sort of outed all their.
Right.
I mean, what a nightmare. And then what are you going to have, like massive deportations? And then
right, but what the governor said didn't really make a lot of sense because she says that these people said at the voter registration office, or excuse me, at the motor voter office, when they went to get a driver's license, they pushed the button saying they did not want to register, and it registered them anyway. And I want to know how she knows that. Did she interview all 6,000 people? She doesn't know that. She doesn't.
So it's almost like a cover.
Right.
It's like,
And please understand, too, that you're not actually registering to vote when you get your driver's license. What's happening is the DMV, or whatever they call it in New Jersey, New Jersey Division of Motor Vehicles, they're collecting the data, and then they send it over to the registration office, the voter registration office, two completely separate offices. And then at the voter registration office, they're supposed to be processing it. They're supposed to be looking, is this person already on the rolls? Under another name or a variation of the name, is this person a citizen? So there was a huge breakdown. I don't think it was a glitch, and I honestly don't think it was the software company's fault, because I think the software company did exactly what they were hired to do. Because remember, Governor Phil Murphy, and I know you like to say, what do you do when you say his name? Yeah, he went one step further than the Motor Voter Act, because all the Motor Voter Act says is you need to offer the opportunity for people to register to vote. But Phil Murphy went one step further. He signed like an executive order that said, no, you're going to register everyone and then give them a chance to opt out. Similar to what Josh Shapiro did here in Pennsylvania I think he did that during the 2024 election. So in New Jersey, what started to happen was you went to get a driver's license and they automatically were sending your information over to the election commission. They weren't asking you. They were automatically doing it. And pursuant to his executive order, then the election people would send you a postcard saying, look, we registered you vote. If you don't want to vote, we can take you off the rolls. So a lot of things happened that the government actually did in New Jersey to make this happen, which was dump people on the voter rolls that otherwise should not have been there. And I hope that this is a huge wake-up call, because it happened in Pennsylvania in 2017. I sued on behalf of the Public Interest Legal Foundation, and that litigation unfortunately concluded earlier this year, because what happened in that case, which is what is happening to the DOJ, is that, and this is a little bit complicated, the Motor Voter Act, not only did it say, hey, everybody, all states give people the opportunity to vote, it also said, open your voter rolls. And upon request, you have to open your voter rolls for inspection. That's what the motor voter law says. So theoretically, it provided like a check and balance. Like, look, we're going to dump all these people on the rolls, but we're also going to open these voter rolls for inspection. The problem is federal judges all over the country have been finding that very few, if anyone, has standing to ask for those voter rolls. So my case with the Public Interest Legal Foundation, it went all the way up to the Third Circuit, and the Third Circuit said, look, you don't have the right to get these voter rolls. And that's what's happening to the Department of Justice. These cases are getting dismissed on something called standing. They're saying, you're not a voter in New Jersey, you're not a voter in this state, we're not going to give you these voter rolls. So what Congress has to fix that. Congress has to say, first of all, I think they should say, stop forcing states to offer voters, people the chance to register at the DMV, but also open the voter rolls to the public. Anyone has standing to ask for it, and that will prevent these federal judges from shutting these cases down.
So, okay, here's a piece of trivia that I'm just going to ask you, and you have to call us and let us know. And here's the thing, the Motor Voter Act was actually, I think it was proposed in 1993, that same movie. Yeah, it's the National Voter Registration Act of 93. And so that was 1993. What movie, famous, it's a Tom Cruise movie, 1993. This movie, for some bizarre reason, I love the line where she says, "That's not my best feature." And the only reason I searched it was because you said it's a feature. This is my weird brain. And so it's like, that's not my best feature. And it's not the best feature of the Motor Voter Registration Act. So what famous movie came out in 1993, the same year of the National Voter Registration Act? 855-839-1210.
All these states did what Congress told them to do. Congress said, give people the opportunity to register to vote when you come and get a driver's license. All these states did it.
And it was flawed.
And it sounds like New Jersey did it too. And so you go in, and I'm sure they, like Pennsylvania, we have a touch screen in Pennsylvania where you answer all these questions. And I'm sure one of the questions is, do you want to register to vote? And everyone says, sure. Or it doesn't even realize they're pushing the yes because they're just doing it. And then, of course, your fave Governor Phil Murphy, he just said, just register everybody. So what happens is you go into the DMV, the Division of Motor Vehicles in New Jersey, and you get a driver's license and you're put on the voter rolls. And you know what? It doesn't matter if you don't want to. It doesn't matter if, some people just don't want to be involved. Some people for religious reasons don't want to vote. But New Jersey's going to dump you on. And then what happens? We get these swollen voter rolls, and that's a problem. And I think this was a feature, not a glitch. I think that they are blaming the software company because they have to, pass blame somewhere. I think that, the amount of people who they say voted, to me, that's a high number. I agree. Would it have swung an election? No, not in New Jersey. It wouldn't swing. It wouldn't swing a presidential. Do you know what elections these are swinging, Dawn? The smaller elections for mayor and DA and sheriff in these small towns.
What about governor?
Yeah, these are a lot of votes. And this needs to be fixed. And everyone's saying, hey, if we just have voter ID, it would fix it. Voter ID would not fix this. What would fix this is, number one, stop just dumping all these people onto the voter rolls. If you want to register to vote, give people the opportunity. There's tons of opportunities. You can go online in Pennsylvania. You can fill out a paper. There's plenty of ways to vote. Stop mixing it up with the driver's license and open the voter rolls for an inspection. I should be able to write to New Jersey and say, I would like to see your voter rolls, and they should turn them over to me, and then I would be able to. And that's what the Public Interest Legal Foundation does. They look at the voter rolls. They look for dupes. They look for deaths. They look for people who shouldn't otherwise be on there. It's kind of like a way for citizens to make sure these voter rolls are clean.
Voter rolls. So Mike has my trivia question. 1993, what major Tom Cruise movie was the line, "That's not my best feature"?
I believe that was The Firm.
Yes.
Said by Holly Hunter's character to Tom Cruise's brothers as they were getting on the boat.
Well, that's not my best feature. Well, that's not my best feature.
Okay.
Sound good? What size
Sounds
are you?
good.
What size are you?
2X.
2X. All right, I got to get a 2X. I think I have an XL. All right, I got to get a 2X. I'm on it.
Only size you don't have.
But if you can come, seriously, I'll be there with the T-shirt. Thank you. And good call. It was The Firm, Holly Hunter. It's not my best feature. Oh, it's not my best feature. It's not my best feature. She had that little Southern. For some bizarre reason, I love that line of that movie. And when you said it, my ADD goes off, and I'm like,
I was going to say, I mean, that's just,
I know.
I've never heard of this movie.
Oh, you saw The Firm.
No, I haven't.
With Tom Cruise.
Were you even born yet?
I was
Probably
4
wasn't.
years old.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I remember seeing that in the movie. And I read the book, too.
What are you wearing? Can we see what he's wearing, Linda? He looks like
Wait,
Hawaii 5-0.
what is this?
He says he wears these
Hold on, let me get
these
the,
shirts all the
wait,
time.
let's see. It's like Hawaii 5-0. Book 'em, Dano. Look at his
Yeah,
shirt.
where's my thing? I can't find my camera.
Can't find-
You see me scrolling there. Oh, there we are. Hey!
There he is. Look at his shirt.
Yay! You don't like that?
Wait, where's Linda?
Oh, well,
Linda!
Yeah, how do you do
now
that?
I got to fix this one.
Jace.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's a one-man show over here. I need Phil.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we love to see in your shirt.
Well, hold on. I can go back and forth between the two if you want to. There
Well,
you
it
go.
looks like
There's a longer shot if you want it.
Yeah, just show Dan. See his
Oh,
shirt.
wait, is this the Dan show?
There's Dan. Book 'em, Dano. I had to show his shirt. I love the.
Well, it's the big.
flowery-
I fully entered Big Lebowski phase. I mean, with the daughter, it was a great comment. I forget who it was. Mangelmush, I think it was. Says I can wear this shirt, be puked on by my daughter, and nobody can tell.
Oh, that's a pleasant thought.
That's lovely. Ay, ay, ay.
Dawn, I want to remind people, though, no matter what the news is saying.
We have to show Linda.
Oh.
Can you just show Linda? Because she's talking.
No matter what the news is saying, you
Take
shouldn't be
camera one.
dissuaded from voting. Like, don't say, I'm not going to vote because these non-citizens are on the voter rolls. Still go vote. I can guarantee your vote won't count if you don't cast it. So I have to say, whenever we're talking about this, I'm always nervous that it's going to dissuade people from participating, and they shouldn't. They should vote.
Well, okay, so here's the thing I will say. Because there's tangible evidence now of this, Linda, because New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, and we were playing it all morning, we can play a clip going out or whatever, but the fact that she admitted to something, and it's significant, it's 6,000 non-citizens, she says mistakenly, computer glitch, whatever excuse, still 400 of them, she admits, did vote. And so DOJ is now saying, okay, this is tangible evidence. We have a case of fraud. I almost feel like it's better. Maybe I'm weird saying this, but it almost feels better to say, okay, we have something. We can solve it now because we know something happened, and whatever it was, it can be investigated and can be solved. So one way or the other, my feeling is that we get rid of, it's a purge. We can purge this whole, I don't know, deception allegation. It's no longer an allegation, right?
Well, it wasn't in Pennsylvania either. Al Schmidt testified before the legislature and said that there were up to 100,000 people that were non-citizens on the voter rolls. That's when the Public Interest Legal Foundation sued. We were then caught in litigation for years and years and years. And the Third Circuit finally said, no, we're dismissing this because of standing. And we asked the Supreme Court to take it, and they didn't.
Okay,
I'm hoping that the Supreme Court will now, there will be renewed interest in this because there is a split in the circuits on this issue.
So let me ask you something. Do you think you'll end up back in court over this on the Pennsylvania side? Does this give election integrity individuals like yourself or those teams of election, does this bring forth a new case to go before a court?
Well, New Jersey could appeal. Not New Jersey. The Department of Justice could appeal their requests for the voter rolls. It's basically a very similar request to what the Public Interest Legal Foundation did here in Pennsylvania, and they could appeal it, and the Third Circuit could say no again based on why they told me no. And then if there's other circuits, though, that said yes, and that's what you need to get at the Supreme Court, a split to the circuit, a split in the circuits. And then finally, Supreme Court says, okay, there's enough circuits, there's enough courts in the United States that are coming up with differing views on this, that we're going to take it and settle it once and for all. Or Congress could make the law a little clearer. I mean,
so at the very least, could they? I'm going to just insert this into your sentence. So could they add this to the Save America Act? Could this also be a reason that they go, oh, wait a minute, for those even Republicans who don't like the Save America Act, maybe because of why you felt it needed the voter roll, the 1993 voter registration, motor voter thing. So would this give a new reason to say, wait a minute, maybe we need to evolve this to the motor voter?
I would love to see that. But no one's really talking about it like that. Unfortunately, the Save America Act gets like these snippets on social media, like voter ID, and then people say, see what happened in New Jersey? If we had voter ID, that wouldn't have happened. And one has absolutely nothing to do with the other. And the way that the Save America Act is currently written, saying that you have to prove citizenship to vote in a federal election, it almost conflicts with motor voter, which says register everybody when they get a driver's license. So I've long said I agree with the concept. Only citizens on voter rolls and show ID at polling places. I absolutely agree with the concept. The way the law is written, I just don't think it would accomplish what we all would hope it would accomplish. And because I'm, a sticky lawyer like that, and I think about, long term, that's why I was and remain concerned about the Save America Act. But just to be clear, yes, I think that you have to be a citizen to vote. And I would love if we showed ID at the polling place. But I've long said that has to be funded because, like here in Philadelphia, we have 1,700 polling places. Asking those election workers to look at IDs in a polling place, I mean, I can't even imagine. First of all, most of them wouldn't do it. But if we funded electronic poll books that kind of look like iPads, and all you had to do was slip your ID in, and the iPad or the poll book checked the ID for you, and you took it out of the election workers' hands, up, poof, poof, then you're checking IDs. So I always think about facilitation. How is this law going to work? Not just say it, but we have to, figure out how it's going to work, and then we have to fund it. It's not that easy to fund.
Yeah, but I will say when I vote, and we always vote at St. Mark's, church, and so when I go into my polling place, they have the book out, and they turn it upside down. I have to sign it, and they match the signature. So they're looking at that. I mean, they know me. You know what I mean? Because it's the same voting place.
Right. Philadelphia has electronic poll books now, so they kind of do
I vote in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
With Chestnut Hill?
Did you just vote in person?
Yeah.
Maybe every polling place does, and I know my polling place, we had electronic poll books. So that was all on.
They had the old school, same old book with the
Mm-hmm.
signature match.
Yeah.
So you're saying that does bring forth an interesting thing. Could they just do it electronically? I don't know if I like that though.
Electronic poll books
are
necessary if we're going to have mail-in voting, because it's very difficult to update those paper poll books and know whether or not somebody in time for the election day, because they usually print those poll books like a week ahead of time. So the election day is Tuesday. They're usually sending them to the printer, especially in a big county like Philadelphia, at least a week ahead of time. But mail ballots are still coming in. So then what do? They do a supplemental. So then you're telling those people at the polling place who are usually still are already overwhelmed, don't just check the poll book, check the supplemental poll book. That's why these electronic poll books, because they can update them that morning. That kind of solves for that. So there's a lot of interlocking problems with how an election's actually administered.
So I just want to point something out to you, and that is that, Linda has been preaching this, if you will, on the National Voter Registration Act, so-called motor voter. I mean, you're the only one. I haven't really heard anybody else talking about this. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're listening here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, I'm pretty sure this is the only place you're hearing this. And
I have said motor voter is the problem.
Dan's our witness.
It is a big
You're our witness.
problem. It is a
motor
problem.
Voter. And so reach out to your local, if you would, your local senator, your local congressperson, and please, maybe you'll get through, because Linda has been talking about this for quite some time. And now here again brings it all comes full circle. Right, Linda? I mean, I don't know how else to get through to people.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I did. I've only been doing this for, 25 years?
But Motor Voter Act, and reach out and say this 1993 Act, Congress needs
they need to
evolve
fix it. Yeah,
fix it.
yeah.
Fix
and,
it, baby.
Here in Pennsylvania in 2024, if you remember the brouhaha, all of a sudden, Governor Shapiro said, we're not just going to offer you the opportunity to vote at the DMV, we're going to just dump you onto the rolls. And if you remember, the Republicans just got all upset. You can't do that. You can't do that. That actually worked in our favor, because if you look at Pennsylvania, aside from southeastern Pennsylvania where Philadelphia is and Pittsburgh, most of Pennsylvania is rural. And what happens is people who live in those communities get driver's licenses at a very young age, as opposed to people in Philadelphia who don't. So what that actually did was dumped a lot of Republicans on the rolls. It kind of backfired against Shapiro in 2024. So there's just no easy, concrete answers of what is good for Republicans versus what is good for Democrats. I just like to talk about what is good for really election integrity, but it has gotten so polarized because, right on cue, you have Mikey Sherrill, first of all, blaming the previous administration. I mean, you got to give it to her. Like, she just went right to the playbook. She called it a glitch, just like Al Schmidt did here in Pennsylvania. They must have this book they look up. What should we say when there's a huge screw up? What should we say? Let's call it a glitch. And then, of course, they say, oh, well, it didn't change the presidential election. Yeah, it probably didn't. But what about every single election in every single little township in New Jersey for sheriff and mayor and DA and dog catcher and school board and all those votes where, they're really won by just a couple of votes. So let's get our voter rolls clean. And the only people who should be on there are those who are eligible. And Congress needs to fix that motor voter law and also give appropriate people standing in order to ask for voter lists and to be able to check and make sure that those voter lists are not swollen with people who shouldn't be on there.
Yeah. And by the way, fraud is never a good feature. So we got that. All right. So around the corner, we do have Dave Sunday, our Attorney General, the AG here in PA, because we want to talk to him about this TikTok, a deadline that was given to our legislature, our Pennsylvania legislature, and it has to do with those mandatory life sentences for people who are convicted of second-degree murder. Would we have hundreds potentially of convicted second-degree murderers, if you will? Would they be free? This is a crazy case, and the fact that this has gone on. So we want to hear from our Attorney General, who wants to make sure that we're all safe and how to deal with this. Dave Sunday, the AG, he has an answer, so we'll get to that. We do always want to thank, of course, all of our great sponsors and PiazzaAutoGroup.com, PIAZZA. By the way, Larry will be in, my husband, Larry Bear, on Sunday. He's going to follow along in the nice air-conditioned vehicle in his Piazza hybrid HRV. So, or wait, he is the CRV. What am I saying? The hybrids, and you're laughing at me, but he is. He said, I'll drive along. I said, are you going to ride on the bicycle? No, I'll drive along and make sure that if you guys need water or if you pass out, I'll be there for you.
I think that's an important job. Why is everyone laughing at him?
Okay, well maybe Linda, you'll be in the Piazza vehicle with Larry.
Are you gonna be in the trail vehicle?
I know, right?
Well, wait, Dan, where
the
were you? The
official Piazza trail vehicle. I'm staying home.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry.
At least he's there, and
he is.
Yeah,
he's being you're right. He's being supportive.
Sure, I am. I suggested we go live on Facebook and stuff. I threw myself out there.
Yeah, is he gonna have a GoPro camera on? It'll be live.
Well, that might be comical.
Or meta glasses.
Good, Linda. But he did offer that, which was very nice. So Larry will be there.
Can you make a caveat that he can't use air conditioning or something?
No, it doesn't.
I think that if, God forbid Dawn needs a ride, he shouldn't give it to her the way she's making fun of him. He should just say, see you at the showboat.
See you later, alligator.
Yeah, he should just wave as she's on the side of the road if she's going to make fun of him.
I'll be like, I'm here for Michael. And
Exactly.
David will be fine. I'll be like, if Michael, needs any... Because he's got the insulin.
I think Michael's going to, I know it's not a race, but I think he's going to just blow you all away. And he'll get
he's
there
young.
First. Yeah,
He's 20s.
Yeah.
So we got that going on. So we thank Piazza for, he does have the Piazza Hybrid CRV. But what about the Mercedes-Benz? During the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on this remarkable Piazza selection. New vehicles, including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. So now Larry's going to hear this and go, is she getting me a Mercedes? No, honey, that's not what's happening here. Well, maybe in the future, but just visit your authorized dealer, Piazza, Westchester, Wilmington, or, by the way, here's what Larry's going to say. Atlantic City. There is a Piazza Mercedes in AC. So that's where maybe Larry will be at the destination. You experience the luxury, the innovation, the performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and yes, Atlantic City, where we'll be. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. At Cozy, we design every piece ourselves, right here, family owned, and with the quality you deserve. People always ask me, Paul, does custom cost more? And I always say no. What costs more is settling for something that won't last. When you work with me directly, you get a piece you'll treasure for generations. Come step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
So this is a big deadline in Pennsylvania. July 24th deadline set by the state Supreme Court establishing the new sentencing framework for second-degree felony murder. And it follows the court's landmark ruling that I've talked about in Commonwealth versus Lee, which struck down those mandatory life without parole sentences as unconstitutional. So this was back in March. PA Supreme Court does this, mandatory life without parole for second-degree murder sentences, and they say that it violated the state constitution. So they gave our Commonwealth's Pennsylvania state legislature plenty of time, basically 3 months, more than 100 days, to just rewrite, fix the law, fix it, but they haven't. And I know that State Senator, my friend Kim Ward, she was talking about this. Republicans definitely want to get this fixed. Unfortunately, McClintock and the Democrats have said, I don't know if we're going to make the deadline. This is concerning. What will happen then if the legislature doesn't fix the law? So we wanted to ask our AG, our Attorney General, Dave Sunday, who, thank you for being here today, Dave. What will happen and what can you do? I saw that some 500 just in Philadelphia, the majority of these individuals, could they be set free? And I think of justice. I think of families who've had a loved one murdered. They went to court. They lived through this hell, and they thought justice was done. I can't imagine the chaos and that this would cause.
Right. So thank you for having me. And this is pretty complex. So I want to make sure that, to begin with, people understand what type of crime we're dealing with here. So this is felony murder. And so you have first-degree murder, you have second-degree, you have third-degree. This is second-degree murder cases. So in Pennsylvania, until that court ruling, it was mandatory life in prison for someone convicted of second-degree murder. So second-degree murder is when someone basically participates as the main actor or an accomplice in some of the most absolute violent, serious cases that exist. And those are robbery, rape, that includes arson, burglary, kidnapping. And so basically when someone is committing those crimes, and while you're doing it, you kill someone, that's second-degree murder. So now the court ruled it's unconstitutional to sentence someone to mandatory life in prison. The court gave the legislature 120 days to come up with new legislation. And so here we are. I think we have like 3 days left. And so what will happen on day one will be basically defense attorneys will start filing petitions on day one with the courts to have their clients resentenced. And what will happen is there will be no statute saying what the sentence should be. And so no matter who you are in Pennsylvania, you could have a completely different sentence. Individuals could be resentenced to what's called time served to life. And so what I will say is that they have to go in front of the parole board before they could be released. And so there won't be some mass release of people in a day. But what will happen is litigation will begin on day one, and it'll be off we go to the races.
And so with that, I mean, potentially, so let's say you have, this would affect hundreds of individuals who've been convicted. They're in prison currently. Could they potentially, if this doesn't meet the deadline, could they then appeal their entire sentence? It could get overthrown. Is this a get out of jail card is what I'm asking.
What happen is so there's around 1,100 of these individuals in the state, all throughout Pennsylvania, that are serving these life sentences. And so what will happen for all 1,100 is that they will get what's called resentenced. And so they will go back in front of a judge, and the judge will look at their sentence, and the judge will issue a new sentence for all these individuals. And that sentence could be, it'll be up to the individual judge. And I certainly respect our courts, and I respect the judges. And the challenge will be, there won't be a statute saying what the guidelines are for these sentences. And that causes a lot of problems in a lot of different ways.
And so, every Wednesday, Dave, Linda Kearns, local attorney, as well as election integrity attorney, who I think the two of you know each other and you've met, is here. So
yes, Dave. Hi.
So I wanted to have her stay because she's obviously, had court battles at not only the federal level, but as Pennsylvania side, New Jersey. And I thought this may be interesting, from her perspective, because this is critical. I see many people, this has gone viral. And many people on many levels are very upset about this situation.
Yeah, Dave, did you read Justice Robson's concurrence and dissent? Because I think he made an excellent point when he said that the majority just instructed the lower court to consider individual culpability, but didn't give a laundry list of what to consider, such as whether the offender was armed at the time of the murder, whether they committed an act of physical violence. Like he criticized the majority, and I know you can't get too political in your role, but I thought Justice Robson, really was much clearer in his part of the opinion.
Well, and thank you for bringing that up, because one of the I'm a career prosecutor. I've done this for my entire legal career. And one of the concerns is, and I want people to remember, that this is about fairness to the victims' families. This is about fairness to their children they've left behind, and parents and brothers and sisters. But it's also because we believe in due process and we believe in the Constitution. It also is about fairness for people that have been convicted of these crimes. And when the system and when there are no rules in place with regard to sentencing in any way, then what you will see happen is you will have similar cases, meaning like similar fact patterns, that'll be handled completely different all throughout the state. And that in itself is unfair, because we need to have consistency in our sentencing, or else nobody knows how to approach the cases. The prosecutors don't know what to do. Victims have no idea what's going to happen. Defense attorneys, don't even really know how to counsel their clients, and so it's just a mess.
So, what can you do as Attorney General other than speak out about it, encourage, obviously, our legislature to do the right thing? Is there something you can do here?
Well, to be honest, my office and any legislation that pertains in any way to the AG's office, we work with the legislature to make sure that they have the facts, to make sure that they understand the law, to make sure that they understand. And we literally do that every single day with all members of the legislature, Senate, House, Republican, Democrat. We literally work with everyone every day. And so we stand at the ready. We've been doing that through this process, and we will continue to do so. I will clearly continue to speak out about this, as this has a direct nexus to my work as Attorney General and as a Chief Law Enforcement Officer.
If there's a common tie today, I would say, because obviously Linda, I was questioning her as an election, integrity attorney, what's going on in New Jersey. She has brought up for a long time, Dave, the 1993 so-called the Voter Motor Registration Act, which she has blamed for a lot of this. On the Pennsylvania side, are you here in Pennsylvania, you're the Attorney General. Are you looking over at our neighbor New Jersey and saying, do we need to look at this situation with, a potential alleged software glitch, et cetera, to make sure we don't have the same problem as New Jersey?
Well, what I have to be cautious about what I say, because what I will say is that, and that as Attorney General, I have certain mandated responsibilities. Pennsylvania is unique. I am the only Attorney General in the entire country in a divided government like this, with a Democrat governor and a split legislature. It doesn't exist literally anywhere else in the country. And in addition to that, our Commonwealth Attorneys Act outlines my things I have jurisdiction over. And so that being said, what I can tell you is any matter impacting Pennsylvania that we have jurisdiction over, we certainly take it very, very seriously and do our due diligence to ensure that Pennsylvanians are protected.
Yeah, because, my question on this, as I think about everything you're saying, the common thread that I see is that we, the people, if you will, we've been let down by lawmakers. And I would put out there that these lawmakers are, I always say, are highly paid, 150, 174 Gs, whether you're at the state level or whether you're at the federal level. You make a lot of money. You have a lot of time off. You get every holiday and a big winter break and a big summer break. And so the common thread to me in a lot of this, Dave Sunday, is We, the people, have been let down by people who were not thorough in writing these laws, whether they're voter motor registration or whether it's what you're talking about with very dangerous convicted individuals who, either way you look at it, we have been let down, and we need to make sure that this is all corrected.
Well, I agree with you completely. And I always say that our laws in Pennsylvania are the will of the people as executed through the ballot box. And so, when we live in a complex society, we live in a complex world, and there has to be rules in place to govern the way that we deal with each other. And if those rules aren't in place, then what you have are things like we are seeing right now. And so, a lot of times people want me to weigh into certain policy issues. And I think that it's critical that we respect the Constitution. We respect separation of powers. And, I'm very cautious in that because I want people to know that you have an attorney general who will follow the law. And if the legislators get to yes on a topic, and if they create a law, then you have an AG who's going to follow that law. And if I would decide not to follow it based on how I wake up that morning, then there's no way for society to be able to predict outcomes based on behavior. And so I hate to get philosophical with you here on this on this morning, but I will say that society only operates as well as the laws that dictate the parameters for behavior. So that's how I feel about that.
And so, I know that we had the case and a federal judge had, I believe, in late June dismissed the Department of Justice's lawsuit against Pennsylvania that involved Al Schmidt and the Secretary of State and so on. Does DOJ's new push with election integrity, everything happening, especially in New Jersey, and obviously it's dominating headlines, does that put a new pressure on your office, or have you been contacted or pressured in any way to get involved with this as to how Pennsylvania, manages systems with regards to elections or voter rolls, et cetera?
I mean, viewing it through the lens of pressure, that doesn't exist. I work collaboratively with our federal partners literally every single day, meaning, the FBI, the DEA, the DOJ on a whole cacophony of issues. And so, we are at a place where, we, in the AG's office, we moved quick. We investigate things. We apply the facts of the law. And so, I will tell you that, to your point, I guess is there additional pressure? I would say that there's not, because we are already working with state, local, and federal partners on issues every single day. Well, and so it's business as usual for us.
Dave, I'm fishing, and I understand there are things you probably can't say. And I do love fishing. I was the only one, by the way, in the fishing boat with my boys recently, and I caught the big fish. But anyway, I digress. But in this one, I'm asking, is there anything you can tell us as far as, obviously Dylan is out there, DOJ, there are new websites being created as we speak, talking about all these issues. And so is there anything that you can tell us that's new as far as those, contacts or reaching out as far as the Pennsylvania side in reaction to New Jersey?
All I can say is, and I'm sure this won't satisfy your fishing needs, but we collaborate and we work together every single day.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and I use live bait, so we're live, we're local, right? All that. So Tell me something good, Dave Sunday. We've got the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation ride coming up. Linda has been a major sponsor, by the way, and very generous with that. We appreciate it.
Great.
You are always I know that you and your team, your entire office, are very involved with these type of things. Tell us something good. Please follow Dave Sunday. By the way, you're great to follow on social media between profession and family. Tell me something good, would you?
No, there's a lot of good. I tell you what, I got up this morning and every day is a blessing. There's a lot of good going on. I think that, with regard to Families Behind the Badge, they do an outstanding job. They're amazing. So people should check them out. If you want to get involved in a way to support families who have lost loved ones that are police officers and law enforcement. That's who you need to get behind. They do an outstanding job. And I think that, we need to do everything we can to support the people that will come help us 24/7 when we're at the worst point of our life and we need help, and those are police officers.
That's true. Dave Sunday, Attorney General, Pennsylvania. Dave, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful day.
Take care, Dave.
Dawn, isn't it refreshing to have a prosecutor in a prosecutor role who's actually willing to prosecute?
Yes. He's, and obviously, look, these are unscripted. This is live.
Yeah.
And, Dave, we appreciate the Attorney General coming on. But what did you read into his answers? Because he got a little mum. There's a lot going on, folks.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on right now.
The Attorney General's office doesn't have as much to do with voting as some of the other state agencies. I do know that when Josh Shapiro was Attorney General, he tended to take the side of the leftists whenever anything came up as far as joining in lawsuits and so forth. So I trust that Dave Sunday would not do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see, he's trying not to be political, but and he is answering diplomatically, but there's a lot swirling. That's why I just wanted to fish a little bit there.
He is right. To be a Republican, to be a conservative in that role, and then have a Democratic administration, in the governor's office, and then our split legislature, there's a lot of different opinions run in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And, Dawn, I've been looking up at Fox News, and I just saw a commentator say, New Jersey is registering people at the driver's license office, and that's the dumbest system. Where have these people been? This has been the law since the 1990s. Like, where have these people been? And if one good thing comes of this entire debacle, it's that maybe now we all realize how stupid this law is. This law that's practically older than Dan, and that I've been saying is a terrible law. And so at least now people are realizing, hey, why are we dumping, people who just want a driver's license onto the voter rolls? Like, maybe people are going to sit up and say, hey, let's relook at that. So,
no, I love it. Here's, in all truth, I know a lot of people are using this saying these Democrats, and they make everything political. But in truth, we have a moment in time. That's why, in all seriousness, asking Linda Kearns, asking Dave Sunday about this, we have an opportunity to make things right.
Yeah.
And whether it's with voting and protecting the vote, which is precious to all of us. And at this moment, you think about right now, President Trump is, right now in Dover, Delaware. You think about all of and receiving the flag draped coffins of our young service members who are the ages of, our loved ones, my kids, our beloved nieces and nephews, and our family members, and there they are right now. You think about the price. Freedom is not free, and that vote is not free. And so to make it not political and make it right, Linda, we have this moment where they can make it right.
I hope they do. And I hope people notice how quick Mikey Sherrill was to just throw Phil Murphy under the bus. I mean, she just said that, it's all Phil Murphy's fault. It was kind of like when Obama came in office. Well, I inherited a mess, and Biden, I inherited a mess. Like, everyone's trying to blame somebody else. Let's just fix it.
Remember, we are New Jersey.
And somewhere I don't even know if he's a drinker, but I picture him.
No, I know where he is.
With Tammy.
Where is he?
Where is he?
That guy in Dubai.
Oh, no. Phil Murphy is definitely not in Dubai.
Maybe Italy?
He has the home doesn't he have the home in northern Italy? Remember that with the guest house?
Remember, we are New Jersey.
Gorgeous. Or Germany? Where was it? I thought it was in northern Italy, and this beautiful home with the...
But for the variant.
And how angry do you think Mikey Sherrill was that one newscaster was calling her Mickey? That was great, too. Mikey Sherrill probably thinks she's so important, and they're not even getting her name right.
Mickey. So annoying. Okay, one final thing, 'cause I know we have to go, but one final thing that Mikey Sherrill said, she actually knew that they had said that, oh, no, I don't want to vote, because she's like the enabler of non-citizens, not knowing, I don't know if they're illegal, but they're non-citizens. But then she actually went on to say, no, they're Republicans, they're Democrats, they're independents. She knew that too.
Yeah, she certainly, I think that a lot of it was just assumptions. Whoever wrote that for her, or she wrote her speech herself. They just said, okay, let's just put in things so we don't look as bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad look. It's a mess.
Yeah.
And it opens up a Pandora's box. So, of course, it's, I don't know. Do you think, what are the odds now this whole thing gets her done with the Save America Act?
I don't know.
Does it get the vote?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. But again, the Save America Act is not going to fix a lot of this. So
unless they fix that
unless they
put in what Linda said.
Right.
So there's that. Call Fetterman, call McCormick, call your local congressperson, right? Call them up. Get it done, people.
But remember,
power.
just because all this is going on, you should still show up to vote. We have an election in November, so make sure you're registered and get ready to vote.
Get ready. Man, there's so much. The Dom Giordano. Where's Dom? Dom is Dom in South Jersey? We gotta go. Dom Giordano is up next.
Is he broadcasting from South Jersey?
Which is from Cape May, where the tornado was.
Oh.
Dom Giordano show right now.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Enjoy your summer plans while your money stays hard at work. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union and keep everyday spending simple. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even more? Check out our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair
has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit mcculloughsautorepair.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com, EmmonsRoofing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is July 22nd, 2026, 12:02 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash with you. Not the great Dom Giordano. I'm sorry for the downgrade today. I got you covered for the next 3 hours here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, bringing you all the way up till the afternoon show, which I'm used to filling in on. First time for everything, though, here on the Dom Giordano program. We're going to have a great time. I have to tell you that. We're going to do a tremendous job. You got Henry. I call him Hank. He's a tremendous person. And he's doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. Last time I talked to Henry, it was, Henry, I think it was opening day baseball. You were at the Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, man. Has it been that long? That's crazy.
It's been that long, brother. And you were wearing that weird Phillies jersey.
The Fanatic green jersy.
You forgot me,
right.
by the way.
You look like a highlighter. We're going to call you Sharpie for the rest of the day. How about that?
No. I'd rather go with Hank.
I'm only kidding. Hank. We'll go with Hank. Hank is a great person. Get along well with Hank.
By the way, you forgot me.
A tremendous job.
It's Kirk.
Oh, we got Kirk here, too.
Oh, Kirk's here, too. Oh,
yes,
here
sir.
we go.
Hey.
The whole house is here. Everybody's here.
Yep.
You know, it's funny, Henry, because the last time we talked, like I said, it was on opening day, and the Rangers, my favorite baseball team, were playing, and they lost. They lost like by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to point it out that we won the series. So
fair.
That's gonna.
It's fair. Yeah. Got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, and Texas Rangers are one game over 500, which
There we
is
go.
like one game over 500 more than they should be. But that's okay.
Hey, in the AL, it works this year.
It works. Yeah, this is one hell of a division, or one hell of a conference, right? Or a league, whatever they call it in baseball. Anyway, we got a lot we're not going to do sports talk. It's like another station's job, right? Although I'll tell you what, I grew up listening to, because I grew up in New York, on WFAN. I was listening all the time. It's great. Apparently they got to deal with like Sirius or something. They're going to satellite radio too. So I don't know. It's a whole thing going on there. Happy for them. But I've always been a sports radio fan. But then I realized, Henry, and you guys knew this in Philly also, until the Eagles actually won a Super Bowl, couple Super Bowls. You know, the Eagles are on a heck of a run right now. But I realized that every time the New York Jets, who are also my favorite team, a football team, every time they lost, like things didn't go up in price, affordability, all that stuff, right? Like taxes, there wasn't an increase in my taxes when the Jets lost. Thank God, because they lose a lot.
Right.
So I said, I want to take all this passion that I have for sports and put it towards something that actually matters. And so here we are doing politics. And, we were blessed to be handed this unbelievable story yesterday out of the state of New Jersey, right? Governor Mikey Sherrill, Mikey motorcycle, Michael motorcycle, right? Mikey Sherrill, she ran as a fake moderate in November, and now out there admitting that 6,600 people, it's no big deal, it's just 6,600 people who shouldn't be voting in our elections are actually voting in our elections. And so we told you so, right? Like, this is something that doesn't surprise me. Like, look, this is my shock. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, you got to do two things for me. Number one, hit the like button. Number two, look at the screen. This is my shocked face. Okay? Like, this is it's like Home Alone. No, this is my shocked face that illegals or non-citizens or ineligible voters are voting in elections in New Jersey. Okay? That's my shock. Deadpan. I'm not shocked. Why? Because we've been saying that this has been happening for years. Anyone who tells you there's no election fraud. All right. Well, I had this conversation once when I was on Long Island. I had a politician who was like, there's election fraud and dead people and this, that. And I was like, can we just have, this is one of my things I do with the left, right? Then they don't entertain me too much. They don't want to have a conversation with me because I ask common sense questions, right? But I say, let's do a little exercise in finding some common ground, okay? Like, let's agree on some objective truths here, and then we'll move into where we have our differences. It's always a good place to start in a debate, right? Like, and sometimes when you're with a leftist, they're so diluted that you have to start with like the most basic things, all right? Like, the sky is blue, the grass is green. And then like the leftist, the Karen comes back, well, how do you know the sky identifies as blue? Did you ask it? And it's like, whoa. That's my Karen button, by the way. It's
Nice.
We have a great time.
It's a
with
great
the Karen
addition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this thing that I have here, this piece of technology is it's awesome. I have, when I'm getting scolded, we Tucker Carlson.
Who do you think you are?
There's a lot. I've got bits all over the place, drops all over the place. We'll have a good time with this today. But no, you start with objective truths, right? Like, water is wet. Like, can we agree? Dear Mr. or Mrs. or they, them, Zizhao leftist, do you consider water to be wet? And they'll, usually come back with, hopefully, if you're dealing with a sensible human being, like, yes, water is wet. Okay? Like, so I like to do this common ground, this exercise in common ground, right? Like, can we agree that it is physically impossible for a dead person to vote? Right? That should not be hard to agree on. A dead person, right? So the person is not alive, therefore they can't cast a ballot. Now, I'm not talking about the rare instances of a dead guy or a dead gal who filled out a mail-in ballot, put it in the mail, and then tragically lost his or her life, before the election. That's not really a dead person voting because that vote was cast while the voter was alive. I'm talking about a dead person voting after they are dead, right? Casting the ballot after they're dead. We should be able to agree whether you're left, right, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, libertarian, or you're a space alien from, a planet we've never heard of yet. We should be able to agree that it is physically impossible for dead people to cast ballots. right? And my thing is, like, if you can't agree with me on that, then I'm not even going to have a conversation with you, because you're so far. There's no scenario where it's like, well, they should be. No, they're dead. They physically can't do it. The next step is, if a dead person votes in an election, that is evidence of election fraud. It doesn't mean it's widespread. It doesn't mean it's enough to change the results. However, it could be enough to change the results. You don't know if an election is going to be decided by one vote. Usually it's not. But for example, here in Tennessee, over the weekend on Saturday, I spoke at in a little county called Grundy County. You guys may have heard of that song, Grundy County Auction. It's about that county. But a candidate for sheriff who's running in that county 4 years ago ran, and he lost his primary by 4 votes. I mean, that is unbelievable. There was a race in Louisiana, I believe, last year or the year prior, another sheriff's election, where it was decided by like 2 or 3 or one of the very small number, handful of votes. Right? So the one dead vote in these elections could at some point, hopefully it isn't, but could at some point influence the results or change the results of the election. Okay? So dead people voting, that is a form of election fraud. Those are fraudulent, illegitimate, illegal votes. We should be able to agree on that. I'm not asking you to agree that dead people are changing results in elections or that the dead vote is a meaningful segment of the electorate. I'm just asking you to agree with me on those 2 simple things, right? Number 1, it's impossible for a dead person to vote. Number 2, if dead people are voting, that is election fraud. These are not controversial statements, and anybody with any sort of, any semblance of working brain cells should be able to at least admit that, okay? The next thing I want to find some common ground on, and this may be a little harder with folks on the left, is this. The right to vote in this country is sacred, right? We hear about Jim Crow 2.0. Oh, you're going to disenfranchise all these voters if you ask for ID, which is racist, by the way. That comment is racist. To assume that, black people can't get identification? Or that, like, married women all of a sudden are too stupid to change their name, figure it out? Right? Like, no, married women are not stupid. Black people are not unevolved and have very much the capability to obtain identification. Okay? Like Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, my former state, she's the governor, saying, oh, there's young black men in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer means. What? You said what now? Could you imagine if Trump said that, by the way? You got black people. They don't know what a computer is. These people, they have no idea what a computer is. They'll say, wow, what a racist thing to say. So we talk about disenfranchising voters. The right to vote in this country is sacred and belongs only to American citizens. That's in the Constitution, all right? That's not up for debate. No, it extends to, no, it doesn't. The right to vote in the United States is only extended to American citizens. Therefore, if people who are not American citizens or are in another way ineligible to participate in our elections, they should not be participating in our elections. Okay? Because unlike the Democrats and many on the left, I don't want anybody's votes getting canceled out by ineligible voters or illegal voters, etc. If my candidates lose elections, and they have lost many, many times legitimately, I want to have the utmost confidence that it was a fair and free and fair and secure election. That there was not some sort of tampering or fugaziness that took place that resulted in my candidate losing. If my candidate loses a fair fight, they lose a fair fight. We pick up the pieces and we move on. But it's all these little areas of our process that can be exploited, that we're trying to close, these loopholes we're trying to close with the Save America Act, that bother me and so many other Americans, and they should bother people on both sides of the aisle. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, liberal or conservative, north, south, east, west, whatever it is, whatever you look like, whatever religion you practice, you should be outraged that the possibility right now exists and is being left, that door is being left wide open, that your vote, if you're an American citizen, can be canceled out by somebody who is not eligible to vote in this country. That should anger you. It angers me. It angers me for you, even if you're a Democrat. I don't want your votes being canceled. I don't want your votes being nullified. I don't want your voice being silenced by somebody who does not have the legal right to cast a vote in this country. Period. Now, I want to win, but I want to win fair and square too. Just like if I'm going to lose, I want to lose fair and square. So those are the three areas of common ground that I want to find with everybody. Common ground number one, water is wet, right? Common ground number two, it's impossible for dead people to vote. And if a dead person votes, that is evidence of election fraud. Doesn't mean it's widespread. Doesn't mean it's at a scale that can influence the election, but it is evidence of election fraud considering it's impossible for a dead person to vote in an election. And then number three would be the right to vote is sacred and is given only to American citizens, and ineligible voters, no matter who they're voting for, should not be participating in our elections and should not be canceling out and, frankly, disenfranchising legal, eligible, authorized voters in our country. If we can agree in principle to those three things, and we'll start with the wetness of water, because that's an easy one, then we can have a conversation down the road. If we can't agree with that, then I'm not going to waste my time with you because you're too far gone. And the things that I'm saying are not controversial. They're common sense. So we're going to get into it this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not the morning. I'm sorry. I'm so used to being here in the morning. You know, like the whole last week I was on from 6 to 10 with Nick and Dawn and Greg when that first week. We're going to get into it this afternoon. It's still morning for me. I'm in the central time zone, so cut me some slack. We're going to get into it this afternoon. The story that broke out of New Jersey, the 6,600 illegal aliens, or not, maybe they're not illegal aliens, but non-citizens, ineligible voters found on the rolls, and where we go from here. We'll also have a little bit from this Representative Maria Salazar. We've got some other stories out of Maine, and a lot more to get to here on the Dom Show. Shawn Farash filling in all the way till 3 o'clock Eastern time on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, a.k.a. the best damn radio station in the whole nation. We're back with more after this, 855-839-1210. If you want to chime in, give us a call. Excited to take you all the way till 3 o'clock. Shawn Farash on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutogroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called Select Quote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with Select Quote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back in. It is 12:20 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Dom Show, hosted by yours truly, Shawn Farash. Your favorite president. A lot of people know about it. We do a tremendous job, I have to say. Henry does a tremendous job, too, except when he's wearing the Sharpie Phillies jersey. Sharpie. Looks like a highlighter.
I get a lot of love for that jersey, I got to tell you.
Yeah, well, Philly's into some weird stuff. Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, look at the Friday night jerseys.
Right.
How weird are those?
It's all right. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right. We're rolling here on a Wednesday afternoon. 855-839-1210 if you'd like to chime in. We're going to get right into this story from New Jersey. Dead people can't vote. Illegal aliens shouldn't be voting. Non-citizens shouldn't be voting. And I want to be clear, just because you're a non-citizen does not mean you're an illegal alien, right? But I want to start off before we get to any cuts or any of these, big time stories and some of the material we got here. There's a playbook that once you see it and once you see the left use it, you will never unsee it because they use it all the time. It's 4 steps. We've gone through this before various times. I do this on my show, rumble.com/LFATV, 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this and we go through this a lot. Okay. Step 1. So when I say we, I mean, if you're a conservative, folks like me, we point out a problem, something that we see happening, right? Let's, for example, start with critical race theory. Remember the debate over critical race theory 5 years ago? It was a big debate, started to spread across the country, Loudoun County, Virginia, and how that was being repackaged as DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, et cetera. So I'll use this example because this was a very easy example to see. Critical race theory in public education, right? And you had parents saying, I don't want my son or daughter learning critical race theory. You want them to learn, traditional education, whatever it is. And the left came out and said, well, they're not being taught that. That's not happening. That's a right-wing conspiracy theory. There's no evidence. It's not happening. And then as, circumstantial evidence, early evidence starts to surface, you say, wait, if it's not happening, then what's this? And if it's not happening, then what's that? And if it's not happening, then what's this? And then students start coming home with homework and there's different clubs that they're joining in school. And then all of a sudden, you get to this whole thing where it's like, well, critical, because they tell you they did the old Obi-Wan Kenobi. These aren't the droids you're looking for. As a matter of fact, you're not even looking for droids, right? That was their stance. They're like, well, critical race theory is not even real. What are you talking about? Then it became, okay, critical race theory is real, but we're not really teaching it to your kids. It's just a college level course. It's not in the public schools, right? Which I like to call it's happening, but it's only happening a little bit phase of the game. Okay, so first it's not happening. There's no evidence. It's a conspiracy theory. It's whatever they want to, propaganda, whatever they want to call it. They deny the existence of the problem. They deny the occurrence of the thing. Step 2 would be it is happening, or what you're highlighting is a real thing, but it's not happening a lot. Okay. Step 3, and we go back to critical race theory, was step 3 is, it is happening actually, and it is happening a lot, and it's a good thing that it's happening a lot. Whoa, that's a total 180 from it's not happening at all and it's a right-wing conspiracy theory, right? So they'll tell you like, oh, no. Yeah, we are teaching your kids critical race theory, and we are calling it diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we have to. It's a great thing, because how are your children, how are America's children supposed to be able to come to grips with reality that this country was founded by slavery, it was built on the backs of slaves, and we need to give reparations to the slaves? There are no slaves right now. I mean, there are, actually, if you want to be like technical about it. I guess all the illegal alien farm workers that are making far less than minimum wage, I guess you could say they're being treated somewhat like slaves. I mean, at the very least, the socialists should be very upset about that, right? Because they always talk about, right, Bernie, where's Bernie? Let me get my Bernie. Where's my, I got to calibrate my Bernie here. Oligarchy, right? You hear Bernie Sanders always come out, we need $15 an hour minimum wage. Americans need to be paid a living wage. They're being exploited by millionaires and billionaires. You ever notice Bernie doesn't talk about millionaires anymore? You know why? Because he's a millionaire. So now instead of it being millionaires and billionaires, it's just billionaires and trillionaires. And then if Bernie Sanders' net worth swells to above $1 billion, it'll be trillionaires and quadrillionaires in our country. They have to pay their fair share. It'll never include Bernie. Bernie's upset with people who have multiple homes and all these folks with their wealth, but he's got 3. But his problem is only with people with 4, right? This is how socialist logic, right? Anyway, where are we going with Bernie Sanders? I don't know. Oligarchy, the exploitation of workers. Where is Bernie talking about the exploitation of these illegal alien workers? It's very easy to exploit illegal aliens working in fields. Why? Because they can't say, well, I'm going to tell the government that you're not giving me a legal wage because they're not supposed to be here. Right? But so we're on step 3 of it's happening, and it's actually happening a lot, and it's a good thing that it's happening. In the case of critical race theory, they're telling you it's a good thing that it's happening because your children deserve to know. They need to know. It's required that they know that our country was built on the backs of slavery. It's a terrible place. You're pumping all this information into their heads to make them hate this place. And then, of course, step 4 of the whole process is if you don't agree that it's a good thing that it's happening a lot, you're a racist or a bigot or a xenophobe or whatever it is, right? So the 4 steps are as follows. It's not happening. That's a right-wing conspiracy theory. There's no evidence, etc. It is happening, but it's only happening a little bit. It's actually happening a lot, and it's a good thing that it's happening a lot. And if you don't agree that it's a good thing that it's happening a lot, you're an awful person. Use adjective here, whatever adjective is going to be. Racist, xenophobe, Islamophobe, bigot, intolerant. They did the same thing with men and women's sports. Well, you just don't like transgenders. That's why you're talking so badly and scaring people about men and women's sports. No, it's because William Thomas, who now goes by Leah, stole the championship from actual biological women who worked their whole lives to train at their craft in the pool, swimming, right? Whether it's Riley Gaines, whether it's Paula Scanlon. And that's just the swimming aspect of it. This is happening in track and field. It's happening in wrestling. It was happening all over the place. No, that's not happening. You just don't like trans people. That's why you're saying that. You know what the left loves to do? When we destroy someone's argument, let's say it's about the trans issue. We don't want men and women's sports because we don't want biological men taking opportunities away from biological women. No, you're not saying that because you care about the women. You're saying that because you don't like trans people. No, we're highlighting exactly why we're saying that. It's like when Jasmine Crockett's been doing this a while. You know, I lost the Texas Senate race because my opponent was white. No, you lost the Texas Senate primary because you were the less attractive candidate. From a policy standpoint, from a results standpoint, et cetera. I'm not trying to tell you that James Tallarico is this great guy, but it's every time their argument fails, they have to pivot and deflect away from why their argument failed to, my argument's actually great. It's just being attacked because of my race or because of my orientation or because of whatever. Something that's not attached to the argument, which we are attacking. So the 4 plays, the 4 steps, it's not happening. That's a right-wing conspiracy theory. It's happening a little bit, so it's nothing to worry about. It's actually happening a lot, and it's a good thing that it's happening a lot. And if you don't agree that it's happening a lot, then you are a terrible person, and you can use whatever adjective they want to use. And that's where we are with regards to non-citizens, illegal aliens, ineligible voters participating in our elections. And I don't care if it's happening, if it's 1 or if it's 1,000 or if it's 100,000. 1 is too many. Now, we will never have a perfect system because it is a system that is run and administered by human beings. We are all inherently flawed, but we should be doing everything in our power to get as close to perfect as possible. When we come back, I'm going to play for you some stuff, a little bit of material from Mikey Sherrill, essentially admitting, right, going into step 2. It's happening, but it's only a little bit, essentially admitting that non-citizens have voted and are registered to vote in New Jersey's elections. And she blames it on the software. But the folks who created the software are pushing back. We'll have that and more on the Dom Giordano program on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210. Shawn Farash with you until 3 o'clock Eastern time today. Stay right there. We're back after this.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
When it comes to our cars, those infotainment screens, turbos, advanced transmissions, and cameras are all great until they fail. And if your car is out of warranty, repairing them can cost thousands. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, make sure you're covered for auto repair bills with an auto protection plan from Endurance. They've paid out hundreds of millions in claims and helped drivers with plans that cover engine, drivetrain, electrical system, transmission, and more. Endurance gives you straightforward claims processing and direct payment to your certified mechanic. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. When your check engine light comes on, don't ignore it because you're worried about a big auto repair bill. Call Endurance and choose the plan that's right for you. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-689-1536. 800-689-1536. 800-689-1536.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back into the Dom Show. It is 12:36 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash with you till 3 o'clock today, filling in for the great Dom Giordano. I'm sorry that I have to be here for you instead of, no, I love being here. I'm just saying, you guys got a lot of me the last couple of weeks in the morning, and now you're like, oh, geez, can't get rid of this guy. He's in like the afternoon. And by the way, tomorrow and Friday. So, if y'all want to yell at me, 855-839-1210. I'll take a good scolding. You want to hit me like a Greta Thunberg?
How dare you?
With a little Tucker?
Who do you think you are?
You can do that.
Nice.
What else we got? What else I got here? I don't know. Maybe this.
Why are you gay?
I'm not, but you could do that. It's one of my favorite. By the way, that interview is one of the best interviews in the history of the world.
100%.
I love that.
That thing went on for an hour, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My wife and I watched the full hour. It is the crazy. So it starts off with him in that, with the why are you gay clip. But then it goes on. There's a pastor that storms the set with carrots and cucumbers and bananas, and you can only just use your imagination as to why he brought those.
Yeah, I was going to ask that myself.
Wow. Use your imagination.
Exactly.
And he starts doing a demonstration as to things on live television in Uganda. Wow. The greatest hour of live television I've ever seen. And now the guy, Simon, who said this.
Why are you gay?
He's on Cameo. And he does these, the custom videos. I'll do custom Trump messages. I sell them on my website every now and again. But that guy, he sells that. 4 words. Why are you gay? And made his whole life. It's crazy. But it's one of the craziest interviews I've ever seen. He's having a hard time grasping the concept of transgender.
He
goes, should I call you Mister? Should I call you Mister? Or you are transgender? Who is gay? It was unbelievable.
Peak journalism.
Exactly right.
Peak journalism. It's great. It really is. It's the hard-hitting questions. There you go. All right. I want to go into this. We got to get into it. I've been teasing it only for, about 38 minutes at this point. Shawn, get to the clips, dude. Come on. Let's get to New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. I'm sure you've heard it a couple times on this station already, but I want to use this here to kind of start off. We have this conversation about these non-citizens that are voting in our elections. Henry's got it. I know he's got the cut. Let's roll. Governor Sherrill admitting non-citizens have been voting in elections in New Jersey.
In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted to register to vote. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway.
Okay. So she's blaming it on the software and that the software registered these people to vote. All right. Well, fine. You want to say there was a tech problem? Tech problems happen. I've had tech problems. I've had, we've all been there. This is a little bit of a less serious example, right? But your phone, no, I'm not trying to say ducking. I'm trying to say the other word, okay? Stop autocorrecting the F word to duck. Stop, all right? When I use it enough, you should know that it's one of my favorites. Mm-hmm. Yeah, should know that it's one of my favorites, right? Which word? This one. I didn't actually say it. But I have a bleep on my board, too. It's great. All right, so here's Nick's order on X. Because this is important, just again, to have a full slate of evidence, all the information. He says the identity services provider New Jersey uses at the DMV, that's what Mikey Sherrill was referring to, is firing back at Governor Sherrill, saying the New Jersey Division of Elections were the ones who registered 6,600 foreign voters. This was not a quote-unquote software error. This is a scandal. Again, that's from Nick Sorter on X, and that is his opinion. Here's the direct quote from the identity services provider that we're talking about here. IDEMIA's role is to it's a quote, direct quote from them. IDEMIA's role is to transmit information through the motor vehicle system. The voter registration information is transmitted to the New Jersey Department of State, Division of Elections, which is ultimately responsible for verifying eligibility to vote. That's the part that we need to focus on here. Information submitted by IDEMIA must still be validated and adjudicated by the Division of Elections. So, as Nick Sorter says, the Division of Elections manually approved over 6,000 foreigners to vote. They were not automatically registered by the software provider. It's like the software provider sounds like it makes a suggestion. Here's a name. But the Division of Elections is supposed to go into each one of those files and verify that these are eligible voters. And they didn't do that. So my question now, and I asked this is a question and a genuine question in good faith because I don't know the answer. Is this a bug or is this a feature? That's the question I have. In other words, was this done on purpose or was this some sort of misunderstanding? In the age of mail-in ballots, mass mail-in ballots, places like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, places like Arizona, at least California. You can't have this loophole whether it's on purpose or not. You can't have thousands, and in this case it is 6,600 ineligible voters now on your voter rolls in the era of mass mail-in ballots, because you can now send those ballots out to whatever address is on file. Those people may not even know that they're getting ballots sent to them. Like some of them, as Abby Phillip on CNN said, and we'll play that in the next segment. Maybe we'll play it at the top of the next hour. Some of these guys and gals may not have been doing it out of malice, is my point. They may have just been registering, and maybe they thought they had the right to vote, even though they're not citizens. I find that unlikely, but I'm sure there's a few cases of it where, they were just doing what they were told and filling out paperwork, and then it got them registered. My point is, that's another name on the list that's going to have a ballot sent out for them. Like in California, everything's done by mail. Washington State's all done by mail. Well, California is not all done by mail, but a lot of mail-ins. You can send out these ballots to these addresses that are on file. People know where these addresses are. They can scoop them up. They can fill them out and send them in without any sort of verification. Jersey, same deal. I mean, this is the issue that we're looking at here. We're playing too fast and loose with the security of our elections. And I don't care, again, I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat or you're an independent or whatever. If your vote is being canceled out by somebody who does not have the right to vote in this country, the legal right to vote, that's wrong. And I'm angry for you. I don't want left-wing voters to be disenfranchised. I don't want right-wing voters to be disenfranchised. I don't want independent swing voters who have voted for both parties throughout their time voting in our elections to be disenfranchised. I want legal votes only and secure elections. This way, if and when my candidates lose, I don't have to go, well, was there games played at 3 a.m? Because I'd be the first person to tell you, right? And I've said this, and I get yelled at a lot for saying it. I believe there is election fraud, some level of election fraud in every election, but I do not believe that every election is decided by election fraud. For example, Mikey Sherrill won by, I don't know how many points, a lot, right? 10, 15 points. That was not all fraudulent. I mean, if you remove, in my opinion, if you remove all of the illegal votes, she still probably wins. But in a place like Virginia, where you have these razor-thin margins, right, for the redistricting questions, or some of these down ballot, like, it's when the margins are super thin that I look and say, well, now that could have been impacted by fraud. I believe the fraud margin's about a point or two, not 15 points, right? The threat of having your vote canceled out by an ineligible voter, that should be something that we all want to address. And unfortunately, only one side of the equation seems to be taking that seriously, and they're not even taking it that seriously. What we're seeing here out of Jersey is why it is so important to get the Save America Act passed. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about that Save America Act, what it would do, and why it's not being passed right now. But this should be a wake-up call to those in the Senate. Maybe, cancel your vacation that's coming up and address this problem. We'll also have more at the top of hour number 2. A couple clips from Abby Phillip on CNN. Again, going into phase 2, which is, it's not happening. I'm sorry, it is happening, but it's only happening a little bit. And they start making excuses. We'll do that top of hour 2. We come back. We'll talk a little bit about the SAVE Act, wrap up hour 1 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash with you till 3 on the best radio station in the nation. We're back after this.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,119.69.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
A diagnosis like heart, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is 12:52 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A little runaway. I got along very well with Bon Jovi. Tremendous guy. Great guy. John Bon Jovi. And he said to me, "Sir, he's a little runaway, sir. Wanted dead or alive. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse." This is the greatest horse, by the way. Bon Jovi. Too bad he's like a super lib. That's all right. Good music. You know, I used to be able to like look past someone's politics if they were good at their craft. And I can still do that. I mean, I'm not going to tell you I won't rock out to Bon Jovi here or there. Can't tell you that. I'd be lying. I don't want to lie to you. All right, I see a couple of comments, questions, etc. in the YouTube chat about, who programmed the software, some chatter about, Dominion voting machines. And I'm going to say a couple things. I may make, one of my guiding rules I always say off the bat is I may not tell you all the time what you want to hear, but I'll always tell you what I believe is the truth. I'm not going to say there's much ado about nothing with the Dominion machines, but if the Dominion machines rigged every election, how come they don't rig every election? Like, how come Trump won in 2024? Well, then there were no problem. There were no changes made to the voting machines between 2020 and 2024, right? So I'm not saying I like the machines, because I don't. I'd like hand counts, paper ballots, etc. But if we're going to if we're going to allege that those machines are flipping elections, I'm going to need more than, than just a hunch, right? Again, I'm not saying I like them. They definitely are more vulnerable to hacking. And we saw that actually and heard about it in Trump's speech last week. And even CBS News said, well, they did this whole thing. Well, there was only one type of machine that showed a vulnerability. That's enough. Martha Raddatz did this, remember last year with J.D. Vance? Not last year, 2024, when that apartment complex in Colorado was taken over by Tren de Aragua. She goes, well, it's only a handful of complexes. There should be 0 complexes in the United States of America taken over by transnational gangs. Not just a handful. Why? Because it's only 2 or 3 of them and it's not your community. It's okay. Oh, goodness gracious. They've done this with the illegal aliens that commit violent crimes. Well, the percentage of illegal aliens that commit violent crimes is so low. It doesn't matter. Laken Riley should not be dead. Jocelyn Ungare should not be dead. Travis Wolf should not be dead. Rachel Morin should not be dead. Sheridan Gorman should not be dead. Kate Steinle should not be dead. All of whom were murdered by illegal aliens. How about the ones that are driving on the road? Well, there's not that many illegal aliens that are causing fatal accidents on America's roadway. It doesn't matter if there's not that many. One is too many. These are all preventable things. These are all things that we should be working to stop or get as close to perfection as possible. So now they're admitting it. Now we're in phase 2 of their 4-phase play, right? It's not happening. It's a conspiracy theory. Okay, it is happening, but it's not happening a lot. We are here regarding our elections. It's happening a lot, and it's a good thing. And if you don't believe it's a good thing, you're a racist. We'll play for you on the other side of the break. Little commentary from CNN yesterday versus the way they were talking about it in January to show you, because Maze Moore is one of the best accounts on X, Mazemoore, great guy. We'll show you the first 2 plays of this playbook in action. There's no evidence it's not happening. It's a conspiracy theory too. Well, it is happening, but it's only a little bit, and it's not that bad because it could be just a little confused. There could be a misunderstanding somewhere. There's no misunderstanding anywhere. Illegal aliens, non-citizens, ineligible voters can't vote in our elections. They should not vote in our elections, and they should not cancel out the voices of any Americans. Republicans, Democrats, left, right, up, down. All right? So we're going to do that on the other side of the break. A little bit from CNN. Then we're going to start to move in the direction of this new amnesty push from Representative Maria Salazar. That seems to be the only thing she wants to do is push for amnesty in some way, shape, or form. By the way, the question of should we do amnesty for illegal aliens is an uncontested, undisputed no. No. Unconditional no. No exceptions. So we'll have that and more in hour 2 right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. First hour is in the books. Second hour is next. 855-839-1210 if you want to join in. Shawn Farash filling in on the Dom Show until 3 o'clock. Stick around for hour 2. We're back after this.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Don't make the same mistake that I did. I called my insurance company directly and they minimized my claim. Then I called Morano's Public Adjustment Group and they made sure I got paid top dollar. For all your insurance needs, call Morano's Public Adjustment Group at 445-247-8228. That's 445-247-8228. And tell them Mr. Tony sent you.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care. And you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the fifth seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran escalating again, with the U.S. targeting Iran for an 11th night of strikes. And in Delaware, happening this hour, President Trump and top Pentagon officials are attending the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base for 4 U.S. service members killed last weekend in Iranian attacks. ABC's Martha Raddatz is in Amman, Jordan, with more on the families.
The Pentagon identifying the 4th soldier who died in the last week. She is 28-year-old Sergeant Angel Rampersat of Ozone Park, New York. The youngest killed was 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez from Texas. Her high school friends, Shawn.
And I didn't even get to see her. I didn't even get to say bye.
And the wife of 30-year-old Sergeant Michael Swinton of North Carolina, telling ABC News he was an amazing husband and father to his 2 young children.
Cases of cyclosporiasis are surging again in Michigan and 40 other states. The CDC confirming 11,000 cases of the parasitic infection nationwide. ABC's Yuri Benajoud has more.
Well, health officials have linked some of these cases to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell restaurants in 5 states. They are looking into other potential sources as well. Taylor Farms has issued a voluntary recall of all their iceberg lettuce grown in central Mexico. Those products went to American food distributors, fast food chains, and grocery stores, all now working to ensure those products are pulled from the supply chain.
Gulf Coast states are bracing for Bertha, the tropical storm expected to make landfall later today along the southern coast of Louisiana. ABC's Victor Oquendo is in New Orleans.
We met residents preparing to secure their homes, loading up on sandbags. They have been through their share of storms in New Orleans. They tell us they'd rather be prepared than caught off guard. As Bertha approaches, some of those gusts could top 35 miles an hour. The heaviest of the rain will be south of us. Some areas could see 6 inches, and that could lead to flooding.
You're listening to ABC News.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Also help a little colostrum, some broccoli, nature's broom. Anyway, let's stop talking about Dukes and start talking more about.
I don't know. I think we should continue on this topic.
You want to do Duke Fest?
Yeah,
all right, we'll
absolutely
do Duke
not.
Fest. That's fine.
Well,
we'll do a little Duke.
Just see the guy who, in Ohio who's like they're suing Taco Bell for the cyclospora. Like, what do you expect when you go to Taco Bell? Like that's right. The end result is that you're going to end up in the bathroom for a few more minutes than you're used to. It can't be suing
Considerable
Taco Bell
amount
for
of
that.
time.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be suing Taco Bell. I mean, again, that's one of the utilities of Taco Bell.
Correct.
Right? Is you could take Miralax or you could have a Crunchwrap Supreme. Crunchwrap Supreme tastes better.
Way better.
Okay, than Miralax. So I just go for that, And then, of course, if that doesn't work, you could drink like a Senna tea, and that works. Sure. But that works too well for too long.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just have Taco Bell, bottom line. Anyway, be careful with this thing, because apparently, like, if you get it, it doesn't go away on its own. Imagine like not knowing you have it and just like for like a month.
Oh, there's 100%. There's people out there like that, without a doubt.
Of course, yeah.
It's just their everyday. It's like, I didn't notice a difference.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know. I mean, imagine living with that. Like, you living with that your whole life? You just can't. You don't have a solid.
They're eating a Taco Bell every day.
I mean, I would. Taco Bell's delicious. They say that it is the healthiest of all the fast food. I don't know who they is, but they said that it's the healthiest of all the fast food chains. I think Trump would argue that it's McDonald's. He's been eating that his whole life, and
Diet
he's
Coke.
still going.
Yeah,
Diet Coke, which can remove the paint off of cars.
Gotta love that aspartame.
By all means, consume it at your own risk, I guess. Anyway, I want to get back on track here. We'll get away from the poo and into, what do you think? What do you think? Let's go to CNN, shall we? This is CNN. I want to start with this Maze Moore clip, because I want to highlight the evolution of the left-wing playbook, right? It's not happening, and then it is happening, but only a little bit. And then we get into the final stages of this whole, the whole progression, whereas it's actually happening a lot, and it's a good thing. And if you don't think that it's a good thing that it's happening a lot, you're a racist. So I want to go to this clip from Maze Moore. This is Maze, CNN, Abby Phillip saying, basically highlighting that illegals are voting. But it starts off with a clip of the exact same show, the exact same person in January of this year saying, no, this isn't happening. And then 6 months later, well, it's kind of happening. Let's roll that clip right now.
He's been in office for a full year now. They have not come up with any of this purported evidence of voter fraud. You guys are in search of something that there's been no evidence exists. New Jersey is double checking its voter rolls tonight after a software error added 6,600 non-citizens to the voter rolls. The suggestion that this is fraud suggests that these people were trying to vote. Sometimes what happens is that when state systems are incorrect, people receive information and they are confused. Where some people who are ineligible to vote are not aware that they're ineligible to vote. I do think whether it is widespread or not matters. I do think that the numbers actually matter.
I mean, just take the L, okay? You said there was no evidence in January. By the way, there was plenty of evidence in January. You just didn't want to acknowledge it. Now that you have a Democrat governor coming out and saying, hey, this is what's happening here. Now it's, it's not widespread. Again, it's not happening it is happening, but it's not happening a lot or enough to make a difference. And you don't know that. You don't know that it's not making a difference or that it can't make a difference. You know that it's not making a difference if the numbers of, these that were verified to have been voting are less than the margin of victory. Then you say, okay, even if you remove those and they all voted for the same person, it still wouldn't have changed the outcome. But you don't know before the election that those couple hundred, couple thousand, whatever the number winds up being on any given election, you don't know that that's not going to be enough. And that's the point. That's the point. It's like leave your door open at night, okay, to your home. Leave it wide open. You're leaving your home, your entire home, your family, everything inside vulnerable to a bad actor on the outside. Now, just because nothing bad happened last night doesn't mean that it won't happen bad. Something bad won't happen tonight if you do the same thing. Does this make sense? What is that? It's like the disclaimer that they put on all those stock trading commercials. Past performance does not, Past performance does not guarantee future results or something. Just because it hasn't impacted an election, or maybe it hasn't impacted an election or changed the results of an election, doesn't mean it can't. He said, even if it's 400, 500 people, I mean, That's not that many in the grand scheme of things when you look at New Jersey elections. Folks, you never know how close an election is going to be. As I mentioned, a gentleman in Grundy County, Tennessee, I spoke with, he lost his primary by 4 votes 4 years ago. Now, granted, it's a small county in Tennessee versus an entire state in New Jersey and different type of elections. I get all that. But my point is, you never know how close an election is going to be. And so we need to make sure that the loopholes, the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses, the lack of security and integrity in our elections, we need to make sure that they are the word that I'm looking for is escaping me, but that they cannot be exploited easily, that those loopholes, that those vulnerabilities cannot be exploited easily. That's the point. So to wrap this up with Mikey Sherrill, she took to X and confessed yesterday that she learned a serious software error, and they're obviously pointing that out. In the state's motor vehicle system allowed thousands of foreign nationals to register to vote between 2023 and June of 2024. This coincidentally occurred right in the midst of the 2024 election campaign. Sherrill, of course, tried to assure that the impact was quote unquote minor. I don't know, 6,600 people, and it seemed to be very minor to me. Because what's the threshold for when it starts to matter? If we can prove, see, you're never going to be able to, here's the thing. This is the game that they're playing. Well, it wasn't enough to prove that it swayed the results. Okay. But one day, if it is enough, let's say an election in New Jersey was decided by 360 votes, and you found out that 410 ineligible voters participated in that election, right? Whether it's a county-wide thing or a statewide thing or whatever, you have a larger number of ineligibles who voted in an election that was a number of ineligibles larger than the margin of victory, if this makes sense. I know I'm kind of all over the place. I sound a little bit like Joe Biden.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Oh,
that's a good one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you guys don't even know about this one then. Hold on. Ready for this one?
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
That's a real clip.
Whoa. Wow.
From a brewery in Wisconsin. He was definitely bombed.
Oh, yeah.
The beer brewed here is better than the Earth Rider. Thanks for the Great Lakes. No idea what he's trying to say.
No.
What I'm trying to say is, let's say you have an election that's decided by 300 votes and 400 ineligible voters participated. You can now say that they might have changed the results of the election. But what the left will do is go, well, there's no evidence that it actually changed the results of the election. Well, guess what? There's no way to prove that. We vote via secret ballot. All you can see is that Shawn Farash voted in Tennessee. You don't know who I voted for. I could be lying to you and say I voted for Trump. I could have voted for Kamala Harris, and there's no way that you can prove that. Of course, I didn't do that. But you get my point. So even if the number of ineligibles exceeds the margin of victory in an election, the left will just pivot and go, well, you have no proof that those ineligible voters actually changed the result of the election. That is exactly what they're going to do. I have seen it a million times. That is exactly what they're going to do. Well, just because they voted, how do you know they didn't vote even split and, it didn't make a difference? The point of the matter is it can make a difference. Quote, these individuals answered no when asked on a keypad whether they were a U.S. citizen when applying for driver's licenses and identification cards, but through no fault of their own, the system registered them anyway. That's from Mikey Sherrill. Our preliminary analysis shows fewer than 400 individuals who were newly registered for the first time because of the error voted. They were registered as all, Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated, and were scattered across the state. So she's trying to say, well, nothing changed. This didn't impact anything. That does not matter. And if we're just learning about these 400 or 6,600 or whatever, you just know there's a ton more out there. I know I sound like Candace, right? We don't really know, but we know. She stole that from Finding Nemo.
You never really know, but when they know, you'll know, you know?
That's Crush, my boy, the turtle. You so totally rock, Squirt. Give me some fin. Noggin. Dude. Yeah. Little Blue. There's a cuckoo cuckoo. Find their way back to the big old blue. One of my favorite movies ever. So quotable. So good. All right. This is the point that I'm making, and we'll put a little bow on this, is nobody should be okay with this. Whether it's 400 votes or 4 votes. Whether it's 40,000 votes or 4 million votes or 1 vote. These loopholes, these weaknesses, these exploitable weak points in our elections should not exist. So it is time to call on the Senate to pass the Save America Act. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But nobody, no American voter in this country should be okay with what is being admitted now in New Jersey. And I have a feeling that if it's happening in New Jersey, then it's probably happening in Philly. And if it's happening in Philly, then it's probably happening in Atlanta. And if it's happening in Atlanta, then it's probably happening in Detroit. And if it's happening in Detroit, then it's probably happening in Milwaukee, and so on and so forth. And look at these swing states and these blue jurisdictions of, in these swing states. And maybe Governor Sherrill is right in New Jersey. Maybe this was something that happened by chance and there was no malice or bad intentions. Or, as I suggested and asked earlier, maybe this is not a glitch. And this is a feature. Or maybe it started out as a glitch, but was weaponized to be a feature. Either way you shake it, it is not okay. It is not okay. Non-citizens should not be voting in elections. Illegal aliens should not be voting in elections. Ineligible voters should not be voting in elections. That's not controversial. That's common sense. When we come back, we're going to get into this new push from House Republicans about amnesty. They want to do this amnesty crap again. I am telling you, it's an unconditional no. Under no circumstances are we going to do amnesty in this country. If we wanted amnesty, we would have all voted for Kamala Harris. We didn't want amnesty, so we voted for Trump and mass deportations. We'll have that and more on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash filling in for Dom Giordano. Until 3 o'clock, we're back after this.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts, It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. 1:22 p.m. The Offspring. You got to keep them separated. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to keep them separated. 100%. Come out and play. It's a great song. About gang violence, by the way.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. It's about gang violence. It's because it was they're from California. There was a lot of that happening in the 90s. Yeah. Orange County, and then they went hardcore left also. I mean, they used to be all about like don't give in to them, and then they fired their drummer for not getting the COVID vaccine. It's like what a shame. What happened to you guys? It was like Rage Against the Machine became like lips stapled to the rear end of the machine, right? Like, what are you doing? Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder. He was like always so angry, and now all of a sudden he's like, the government's great. I love you. Okay. But no, the old music is great. That album, Smash, Come Out and Play is on is just tremendous. So good. There's like not a bad song on that album. It's great.
I agree.
All right, I want to jump into this. There's a push. There always seems to be a push. What bothers me even more than the fact that they're pushing for amnesty is that they keep trying like every couple of months, these House Republicans. They tried with this thing called the Dignity Act not too long ago. And they were like, well, it doesn't give them like citizenship. It's not really amnesty. Yeah, but it lets them stay. I don't want them to stay. Right? It's like, oh, have some compassion. Listen, I do have compassion, but first and foremost to the American people who are being negatively impacted by this. Let me throw this example out there for you, right? Because a lot of people are like, well, the illegal aliens that they're talking about in the Dignity Act or this new farm worker thing or whatever, they're not the bad ones. Well, first of all, you don't know who the bad ones are until they become bad. Like Laken Riley's killer wasn't an issue until he killed somebody. You know what I'm saying? Even Sheridan Gorman's killer, he shoplifted like $100 or $130 from a Macy's, which was, by the way, not okay. But like you could say, all right, on the list of like violent crimes, he didn't hurt anybody. He just stole some merchandise. Again, still against the law. Shouldn't be happening. He's illegal. But then he murdered someone. So it's like you don't know they're the bad ones. They don't walk around with a neon sign hanging over their head saying, I'm going to be bad one day, right? Like that's not how this works. The point is, if you're not supposed to be here, we get you out of here before you even have the opportunity to do something horrible. That's the point. But they keep trying to push for these amnesty things. Oh, you don't understand. You need to have compassion. They've been here for decades. They've been paying taxes. Look, this is the not caring face. I don't care how long you've been here. Matter of fact, if you've been here for that long and you still haven't tried to become a citizen, all the more reason to get the hell out of here. Stop trying to give these people amnesty. Stop it. Stop it. It's not what we want. And it's crazy. You have Democrats who want to keep these people in the country because of potential voting power. And now you have quote unquote Republicans trying to keep these people in the country because it gives their donors cheap labor. Enough. My sympathy does not lie with the illegal alien who is in our country. It lies with the American people who are being adversely impacted by these folks being in our country. Even if you're not raped, assaulted, carjacked, a victim of drugs, whatever, the mere existence of the illegal alien in this country is a negative for every single American. That person, those folks who are not supposed to be here, are competing with Americans for jobs, for food, other resources, housing, healthcare. When you add 30 to 40 million people onto the demand side of the supply and demand equation, costs are going to go up. We've seen that. You had a report from the Dallas Fed that said something, what was it, 30% increase in housing costs? And that's attributable to the illegal aliens competing with regular Americans for housing here? That's unacceptable. That's not what any of us signed up for. So spare me the sob stories. Oh, this one's been here for 30 years and he has a family. I don't care. I stopped caring when I saw Americans getting the shaft. So now you have 50 House Republicans pushing a bill that would grant de facto amnesty to illegal alien farm workers present in the United States as of May 31st, 2026. This bill would mean people who broke the law to come into the country illegally. That is a law, by the way. It is a crime to enter the country illegally. Just like it is a crime to enter your home illegally. Do you call a burglar who breaks into your home or your apartment an undocumented house guest? No, they're a burglar. If somebody was to break into your home, maybe they're a couple, whatever, and they commandeer one of your bedrooms, right? They decide that they're going to live there now. It's their bedroom now. But they pay their way, right? They pay for some utilities. They pay their fair share. They buy their own food. But now they have a child. And they're just existing in your home without your permission. You're cool with that? Seriously, that's a fair question, right? Are you okay with somebody who just decides that your spare bedroom is now where they're going to raise their family? Are you cool with that? Are they just an undocumented resident in your house? Or is that somebody who has broken and entered into your home without your permission? And what are you going to do? Are you going to wait years to address the problem? No, you're probably not even going to wait an hour. Once you tell them to leave and they say, no, you have to understand, we have, we're just looking for a place to live. Well, look somewhere else because this is my house, not your house. Now, you may be gracious and say, sure, you can stay with us. Now, if they have your permission, that's fine. In terms of the house example. But no, you're not going to let these people just stay there. And if they refuse to leave, you're going to call law enforcement. They're going to haul them out of your home. Same thing here. This is House Resolution 9535. It's called the Securing Agriculture's Workforce Act of 2026. Securing it for who? Not for Americans. It's for these, I hate to say it, I sound like Bernie, greedy corporations. Where is Bernie Sanders here? These people who are working on these farms are not being paid a fair wage because they can't defend themselves. They don't have the leverage. What is the illegal alien going to do if they're getting paid, $6 an hour to pick food on a farm? Are they going to say, you better pay me minimum wage or I'm going to go tell the government that you're not paying me? No, because they're not legally authorized to work here. They can't do that. So the employer has all the leverage. And what this bill does is it gives the illegal alien a pass and a path to citizenship. And it gives the employers a pass, which then basically says, those laws against doing what you're doing here, they don't matter. We cannot live in a country that decides it's not going to enforce its laws. It is a federal crime to enter the country illegally. It's a civil violation to overstay a visa. It is a federal crime to enter the country illegally. It is a felony if you do it twice after removal, right? If you do it again after removal, it's a felony. And yet you have 53 co-sponsors, 49 Republicans, and 4 Democrats sitting in the House Judiciary Committee. Among those were Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, Maria Salazar of Florida. Very surprising to see Claudia Tenney on this list from New York. Not surprising to see Nick Langworthy from New York on this list. Very surprising to see David Kustoff of Tennessee on this list. Daniel Muser from Pennsylvania on this list. Lloyd Smucker from Pennsylvania's 11th on this list. There was another Tennessean on this one also. Chuck Fleischman. It's a problem. We can't just be deciding, we have these laws on the border, but we're just not going to enforce them because the farm workers are saying that, they're going to lose their labor. This is essentially slavery. Give those jobs to Americans. Oh, then the cost of your food is going to go up. But at the what? No issue with that. Because now you're going to have Americans working these jobs instead of illegals. You'll have these wage increases. This will help the affordability crisis. Instead of having these Americans having to work 3, 4, or 5 jobs, you say, Americans aren't going to pick food in a farm. Well, not for $6 an hour. But for a damn good wage, they would. I would. When we come back, I'm going to play a couple clips from Salazar, showing you this is all about amnesty. And this is all this woman does. And I'm getting sick and tired of the Republican Party on the Hill pushing for amnesty like it's their job. It's not their job. Their job is to serve the American people, not people of a foreign country that have invaded, broken, and entered into our country, stole our jobs, stole our housing, and are driving and fueling the affordability crisis. We'll have Salazar and more on this story when we come back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's the Dom Show. Shawn Farash filling in today, tomorrow, Friday. But most importantly, right now, till 3 o'clock, we're back after this.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts. Donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, guidance, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210WPHT.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210WPHT.com/Piazza Pets.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Employee pricing for everyone. For a limited time only this July, Closet Factory Philadelphia is opening its employee pricing event to everyone. That means incredible savings on custom closets, garages, pantries, home offices, and more. If you've been waiting to organize your home, now's the time. Employee pricing is available this July for a limited time only. Book your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is 1:37, hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in. We got a caller waiting here. I'm going to get to him in just a moment. Shawn Farash filling in with you, or for you here, filling in for Dom until 3 o'clock. So just an hour and 20 minutes from now. We'll jump on the phones here. We got Stan from Newport calling about illegal aliens in New Jersey. What's going on, Stan?
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm all right, Stan. How are you?
All right. I was calling in because, I was hearing you talk about specifically the illegals and the farming jobs, and that they'll take these slow-paying farming jobs. The American workers that are in South Jersey that have tried to take farming jobs have actually got paid less than the illegals get paid. Well, actually, no, less than the visa ones get paid. The visa candidates from Mexico and other places, they actually get their housing paid for. They get, picked up the airfare, whatever it takes to get them to and from. And they get like $1 or $2 more an hour than an American who would take that same job. But the thing is, I've been into trades for 50 years next year. And I have watched as the last 49 years has traversed, where all of the jobs in the trades, starting with framing, and first it started with drywall finishing. All the drywall finishing went from being, a couple of middle-aged guys who came in and actually did the drywall, finished the drywall. That all went over to illegals somewhere around 25 to 26 years ago. Then it started to move into the framing, and then it was the outside in Philadelphia. They were doing all the casting, the rough casting, the smooth casting. So they took away a lot of the Italians who in South Philly were doing all the brickwork and stuff. So that ended up going to them, and now I'm starting to see them in doing electrical contracting, and I actually am starting to see them in my trade, which is HVAC. And they're starting to actually take those jobs. So when they're starting to take the top of the food chain, in the trades, and they're not paying, or they have not paid the price to be a citizen, and they're stealing that away from my children and my grandchildren, I got an issue with that.
Yeah, everyone should have an issue with that. Everybody should have an issue with that.
Why should they have an opportunity here when they have not earned the privilege to have that? And you think for a minute that if they're going to legalize them as citizens, as illegals pulling or picking our crops, well, they better make a contract with them that they got to stay doing that for 20 years. Because you know what? The minute they get citizenship, they're running as fast as they can away from that job and stealing mine.
That's you know what? You have a valid concern. And again, this has to do. Thank you for the call, Stan. This has to do with securing our borders and securing our country and securing, the rights of American citizens first. And listen, if you're bringing in skilled labor from another country, I would like to find that folks with those skills here first. We've talked about H-1B before, and I've been very critical of the public school system where these kids are not being taught real life skills. They're being taught, underwater basket weaving and gender studies and all sorts of stupid stuff that does not prepare them to be productive in the workforce, productive, contributors to the workforce or contributors to the country. And so in some cases, you may need to bring in a skilled worker from somewhere like in India or another country, which just reinforces my point that we need to do a better job with education here to teach kids actual skills. But I feel like, some of the things that you're mentioning here, that there's this incentive for these companies to just, not give these jobs to Americans and give them to these illegals. And as you said, once they become citizens, they could ditch those, those farm jobs and then come after your job, which I don't want to see happen. Nobody should want to see that happen. Your concerns are 100% valid. They're playing this. They're playing this card here of, it's got to be compassionate. It's got to be compassionate, right? So I want to play this clip from Florida Representative Maria Salazar, who has been pushing for amnesty for just a long time. Actually, this clip is about a year old. According to what I see here, I first brought this clip in on July 21st, 2025. So I've been highlighting this woman and this ridiculous amnesty push for a year. So this is the Salazar amnesty push cut. Let's roll this here.
President Trump, sir, the same God who saved you from death in Pennsylvania 1 year ago and who put you back in the Oval Office against all odds is the same God Almighty who millions and millions are begging to for some type of dignity, not amnesty. Sir, I believe that you could be for immigration what Lincoln was for slavery and Reagan was for communism. You are a businessman who understands our economy needs a reliable working force in areas where other Americans don't participate. You stopped Iran on its tracks. You stopped China from eating our lunch. You took the economic oxygen away from Maduro, and you signed the BBB the day that you said you were going to sign it. You have been called to do this, to fix this 40-year mess with just one signature, yours. Human dignity is one of the 7 pillars of American conservatism. For that reason, Mr. President, the eye of history is upon us. Some of the most shameful moments in our past as a country relates to how we have treated immigrants who are not criminals. And we are in one of those moments.
All right, that's enough with her here. because that clip's she rambles for a little bit longer. We've treated immigrants who are not criminals. Okay. That's the part that I have a problem with. Well, I actually have a problem with a lot of that. Dignity. She talks about dignity. It is not dignified to reward law breaking. Now, if you're a legal immigrant in this country and you came here the right way by following the law, my issue is not with you. If you are an illegal alien, okay, illegal, then the very first thing you did when you crossed the border outside of a port of entry and came into this country, the very first thing you did if you came into this country illegally was a criminal act. 100% of illegal aliens who came into our country illegally, right, crossed the border illegally, 100% of those who did that are criminals. They may not be violent criminals. They may not all be the drug lords and the rapists and the murderers and the carjackers and the burglars and the drug dealers and all that. That's fine. You may be right. They may not be violent criminals, but they are all still in violation of our laws. And it is not dignified to reward lawbreaking. There is no dignity in rewarding lawbreaking. There's no dignity for the illegal immigrant, and there is no dignity for the American people. If we are expected to live by a set of laws, then so are they. She says this isn't amnesty? Okay. When we come back on the other side, I'm going to play another cut from Maria Salazar, where she just gives up the whole game. It is about amnesty. It is about citizenship. That's what the Dignity Act is about, and that's what this Securing the Workforce Act is about. You're not securing the workforce for anybody except folks who don't belong here. We'll have that and more on the other side of the break on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210. If you want to chime in, Shawn Farash will be back right here to wrap up hour two. A little bit from Maria Salazar right after this.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month. with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Sorry about that. Welcome back in. It is 1:50 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in. Seems that we have struck a bit of a nerve here in a good way. Folks are calling in. I love callers. I'll do calls forever if we want to do that. So that's fine. 855-839-1210. Mark from Philadelphia is on the line. He wants to piggyback on what Stan from Newport called about when we were talking about illegal aliens. Let's go to Mark. What's up, Mark?
Yo, what's up, man? Hey, listen, so my parents were foreign. They're from Poland. I remember growing up as a kid, I saw my mom. It took 2 years to get somebody over here from Poland. Like, her sister was the first. Crying, like calling 2 a.m, like for the passports, the visa. Anyway, so to piggyback off of the dude, so I'm in the city a lot. Do you realize, like, all the construction that's going on in the city? How many, like, and I love everybody. Don't get me wrong. If you're cool, you don't hurt anybody. I love everybody. But all I hear through construction sites are not American language. You know what I mean? The only American-looking person that I see is the foreman. And, you know, it's a shame because all this trades and everything, they're going for it. We're getting pushed out. Like, I've called a lot of things that came true, but I guarantee that we are getting pushed out. Like, Americans are getting pushed out. Like, history repeats itself. Just like the Indians got pushed out, we're going to get pushed out between all this stuff that's going on. Like, you don't think amnesty. You don't think all these bigwigs have all, like, immigrants, like, working on their property, or even Trump. You don't think he has, like, golf courses and all that stuff? Like, who's cutting the grass there? You know what I mean? It's just
right.
It's a shame.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. And my point is, if you're going to come into the country and you're going to do it the right way, I'm cool with it. Sounds like that's what your family did. But it's
one more thing, Shawn. So in Philly, I'm sure you got Home Depots in Tennessee. Well, we got one on the boulevard. When you drive down, well, I haven't drove down that way in a long time, but when you drive into the Home Depot back in the day before this ICE stuff was happening, it was packed. The parking lot was, when I say packed, it was packed with everybody other than white people looking for a job. Like, they were there 6 a.m. waiting to get picked up to work. Like, I'm not saying anything, but, like, I think Americans and I think the internet's doing a big thing to it, is making people lazy, man. Like, they're trying to get this free ride. Like, I want to be an influencer. I want to do this. I want to make it quick. I want to show my, like, boobs on OnlyFans and make a quick buck. Like, nobody wants to work anymore. Like,
well, you're 100% right about that.
And also, I would rather trade, like what I said about Home Depot. I go to Home Depot, all foreigners looking for jobs. I go to Kensington, all white people cracked out looking for drugs. It's like, what the hell's going on here? Like, I would rather trade 1 for 1 an illegal immigrant, get him legalized because he's working for his family. Because like all these countries that are coming over here, like you don't see Australia coming over here, you don't see Britain coming over here. You see all these like countries that are being treated like crap. You know what I mean? And they want to better themselves. They got kids.
You're right about that, Mark.
One for one. Yeah, I'd rather trade one for one from another country than the people we have here.
You say basically, give me the illegal alien who's going to work. You give me the illegal alien who's actually going to work, and let's just get rid of the.
Make them legal.
At least like you said. No, like you said, Mark. I get you, because we got to bounce and go to another call. But
yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. No, good points. I mean, I do respect hard work, right? So like if you're an illegal alien, you come into the country and someone's willing to give you a job and you're going to bust your rear end, for a painter or a plumber on a job site. I mean, I'm not happy that the job is not going to an American, but at least you're working. You're a hell of a lot more productive and you're contributing a hell of a lot more than the drug addict who's flopped over in the fentanyl flop in Kensington. You're right. I mean, I would like to clean up both areas there. And obviously there's laws, if you're an American citizen versus if you're an illegal alien, et cetera. The other thing too is like, just because you're hanging out at a Home Depot doesn't mean you're illegal. And I know that's not what Mark is saying. I just don't want anyone to, think that I'm sitting here going, yeah, if you're hanging out at a Home Depot, you're an illegal, But I mean, yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, I had someone in my family once was like, you're a racist. If you want to stop immigration and all this, you should raid the Home Depots. And I was like, you just racially profile like Home Depot people? What are you doing? Right? All right, this is going to have to be a short one. Let's go to Chef Dave from Oakland. We only got a couple of minutes here, about a minute or so. But Chef Dave, you're on 1210 WPHT.
All right. I'm a chef, as you figured that out, right?
Yeah.
And back in the day, back in the 70s and the early 80s, when we needed a dishwasher, we hired American kids, dishwasher. If he wanted to move up and become a chef, he just worked his way up. Then around 86, the first time I saw a Mexican. And, and we were stupid, to be honest with you, because we taught him how to do stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, all the chefs and stuff are Mexicans. The waiters, you know what I mean? And, hey, man, I can make a chicken masala. You know what I mean? That's what it's like. And then going back, and I knew, and one time when I worked for a big corporation, I don't think I should say it, and that was a food service, right? And, we used to run a big corporation place. And, we subleased it. The government came in and checked all the IDs. This is like, probably 13 around, right? They checked all their Social Security numbers. 80% of the workforce got fired because they were all illegitimate Social Security numbers. Yeah, it was crazy. But, hey, listen, with my kids, my oldest one, he was smart, right to engineering school. My younger one was a C student at sophomore year, right in heavy machine operating school. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Makes a good living.
Yep.
It's all good. But that's about it, boss.
Well, I appreciate the call, Chef Dave. I appreciate the call, and thanks for your insight. Very valuable insight. And unfortunately, we're right up against the break, so we got to leave it right there. But if anybody else has, stories to share and input on this topic, it's a very important topic. 855-839-1210. We are going to get to more from Maria Salazar. I do see some questions saying, what is the Dignity Act? I will explain that to you. And we kick off hour 3 on the other side of this break. Again, the number to call, 855-839-1210. Shawn Farash with you until 3 o'clock here on 1210 WPHT. Stay right there. We're back after this.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory, Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
I should have listened to the home message first.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In New York, ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro back in court today. A federal judge set the trial date for his narco-terrorism and drug trafficking case.
Maduro appeared at ease as he entered the courtroom without shackles, greeting spectators with good morning in English and waving at one of the sketch artists as he took a seat at the defense table. Judge Alvin Hellerstein promptly set a trial date for June 1st, 2027, the date requested by both prosecutors and defense lawyers. Maduro's lawyers say they plan to file a motion to dismiss the case in September by arguing that Maduro and Flores are protected by sovereign immunity. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
The U.S. military continuing strikes against Iran for an 11th straight day. President Trump and Pentagon officials a short time ago attending the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base in Delaware for the 4 U.S. service members killed in Iranian attacks. President Trump before the solemn ceremony telling reporters what he would say to families.
Well, all I'm going to say is we love you, we love your child, and that's what they are to them. They're their children. There's no games, no nothing. That's their child.
18 U.S. service members have died since the war against Iran began. In California, it is day 2 of a preliminary hearing for David Burke. The singer, known as David, is accused of murdering the body of a teen last year.
On the witness stand on day 2 of the hearing, David Burke's financial manager and a finance employee of the record company that signed Burke are testifying. Prosecutors are trying to establish that Burke had a huge financial motive to protect his career and that he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas to prevent her from exposing their sexual relationship and impacting that career. On Tuesday, prosecutors showed gruesome photos of the crime scene as they try to prove to the judge there's enough evidence to move to trial. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
No one won in last night's Mega Millions. Tonight, you have a chance with Powerball, the grand prize up to $567 million. You're listening to ABC News.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Welcome back in. It is 2:02. It's the third and final hour of the Dom Show. Today has flown by. You know, there's like I have a feeling like there's this different way time passes. Just, you know, Kamala Harris had a little bit about the passage of time. It was a nice little word salad about the passage of time. I am convinced that time goes by faster when you're on the radio than any other. Any other occupation.
I agree with that.
I do not feel like I've been on for 2 hours. What was that?
I agree with that. It does feel like a lot of good shows, like time just flies by and you're like, oh man, that went quick.
You better agree with that or I'm going to call you Sharpie again. So there it is. That's it. Yeah. But I have created my own Kamala Harris word salad regarding time. Yesterday was today. Yesterday. And today was tomorrow. Tomorrow, today will be yesterday. And tomorrow will be today. Unburdened by what has been. Figure that one out.
That's deep.
Can't do it. That's deep.
Mm-hmm.
I got along very well with Confucius. Confucius, he was from China. He said to me, sir, wax on, wax off. That's a different Asian, sir. Don't say that. Oh, my gosh. How close can we push the envelope before we get in trouble today? All right, let's go to, like I said, we may have struck a nerve here. And listen, I mean it in a good way. I love when the phones light up because I love talking to you. I really do. It's my favorite thing about radio is the live call, element of it. That's why I love live streaming too, because you have the live chat, and that's essentially almost the same thing, although that moves quite quickly, and sometimes there's side conversations that go on in there, and that's okay. But we do have another call waiting. Is Phil from Delaware. Phil from Delaware is on. You're on 1210 WPHT. What's up, Phil?
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call.
What's up, Phil? How you doing?
Good. Is there any possible way of getting these outlandish anti-American legislators, elected officials, air quotes, out of office for treason? I mean, there's not one good thing they have to say about America. I've not heard anything positive.
Well, this is so treason is one of the most difficult statutes to prosecute, and has not been successfully prosecuted since around the World War II era. The treason statute mentions that in order for you to, have violated that statute, you must be giving comfort to a country with whom the United States is at war with. We're not in a declared war right now. Even you want to talk about Iran. So for treason, the answer to that sadly is going to be no. However, I think the best way to do it, I understand your anger with it. I'm super frustrated with the amnesty and the anti-Americanism and all of these folks. The best way to do it is by owning the process. We just went through America 250, and I bring up the Benjamin Franklin 1787 quote, the quotes that is attributed to him, that it's a republic if you can keep it. And so, Phil, this is our job. Our job is to keep the republic. We are the stewards of the republic. We are the ones who pick up the torch and run with it and pass it on to the next generation. And in order for us to quote unquote efficiently and sufficiently, adequately keep the republic, we have to be the ones who are supervising our public servants. So rather than ask about treason, and I'm not saying it's a bad question or anything, I certainly understand your frustration. Do what Republican voters did in Indiana, in Louisiana, in Kentucky, in Texas, and force them out through the primary. That is the best way to hold them accountable. There's nothing they want to lose, Phil, more than their power, right? So if we remove them from office at the ballot box, that's the best way that we can do it, because try and prosecute them on these different statutes, it ain't going to work out. But we can get rid of them in the primary. We've proven that. And that is my challenge to everybody listening. Play a bigger role in your state, local, federal politics. Stay involved. Stay engaged. That is how we keep the republic. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, because I really get tired of people saying, oh, don't worry, it'll get better, or we'll get over it, or we're on the ropes. Why don't the Democrats come out swinging? They're catching them in all kinds of fraud, but they're not doing anything. I don't hear any of them arrested.
No, well, there have been. Thank you for the call, Phil. There have been hundreds, I believe, of arrests made in Minneapolis regarding the fraud that was uncovered by Nick Shirley. It's not front page news, but it is there. There are certainly cases that I'd like to see, move a little quicker. But again, if we want things to change, then we have to be the force behind the change. It's like the old cliche. You want a job done right, you do it yourself, right? And I have no control over the Democrat Party. I don't vote in Democrat primaries. I don't participate in discussions on their side of the aisle. I'm a Republican. Yeah, right. I participate in Republican politics. I participate in Republican primaries. One of the most important parts of this process is the primary process, right? That is where candidate selection takes place. That is where we get to decide if our leaders before they're facing off against the Democrat, if our elected officials, before they're facing off against the Democrat, have been representing us and serving us adequately. You know, if you are at a restaurant, your server is supposed to ask you how you want your steak cooked. You don't say, surprise me, and you don't just ignore it and say, I'm sure you'll get it right, and take your hands off and take your eyes off and, and cede control and judgment to the chef, unless it's Chef Dave. But point of the matter is, if we are constantly telling our servants how we want our meal cooked, and it keeps coming out wrong because they're not giving the right instruction, they're not doing it right, then we find new servants. That is how we keep the republic. That is what Benjamin Franklin meant when he said a republic, if you can keep it, if we can keep it. That's our job. Their job is to represent us. Our job is to make sure they're representing us. And if they're not representing us, then we find somebody who will. You know, I look at Thomas Massey in Kentucky, and a lot of people say, well, he's the only America First congressman. Really? Because the first country he always talks about isn't America, is it? It's Israel now. Why do you think that message didn't resonate in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District? It's not because AIPAC spent a lot of money. It's because Kentucky's 4th Congressional District wants to hear about issues facing Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. They don't want to hear about Bibi Netanyahu. John Cornyn, Bill Cassidy, the 10 Indiana state senators in, Indiana, that didn't want to work on redistricting. We still have the power. We just have to use it, and we have to use it consistently. It's a republic if we can keep it. So my challenge to everybody is let's keep it. All right. Speaking of candidates that I believe need a primary challenge, this is Maria Salazar. I saw a comment in the in the YouTube chat saying, "What is the Dignity Act?" Well, the Dignity Act is this piece of legislation originally introduced by Maria Salazar from Florida's 27th Congressional District, which basically gives amnesty or the right to stay in the country. It's not a citizenship bill right away, but Maria Salazar, gave up her game, gave up her goal, said the quiet part out loud last year when talking about what the real purpose of this Dignity Act is. This act may not be the path to citizenship, but it lays the groundwork for a path to citizenship. Let's roll this one. This is a Salazar's amnesty purpose. Let's roll this one.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them path to citizenship. Right now, what we need to do is to buy peace for these people, allow them to stay, to continue working, because they are needed. You see, what I'm trying to do is to bring some common sense, which is the least common of all senses, to this conversation. The economy needs them. They do not have a criminal record. They have not gone into trouble. They have been here for a long time. They have roots in the country. Let them stay. Don't give them any type of federal programs. And allow them to pay taxes, help the Social Security Fund, and let them stay and contribute with the economy with no criminal record. What is wrong with that? We need them.
I'll tell you what's wrong with that. No, we don't need them. I'll tell you what's wrong with that. You are rewarding law breaking. That's what's wrong with that. If you reward bad behavior, you know what you can expect? More bad behavior. If you reward law breaking, you know what you can expect? You're setting the expectation. You're setting the precedent. You're setting the standard. That bad behavior is actually rewarded, so you're going to get more bad behavior. If you got a dog that keeps crapping all over your rug, and every time your dog craps on the rug, you give him a treat, you know what your dog is going to keep doing? It's going to keep crapping on your rug because he wants more treats. If you're going to absolve the sin of crossing the border illegally for these illegal aliens just because they've been here for a long time, or they're working, and they're productive and they don't have a criminal record outside of their illegal entry into the country, what you're doing is you're incentivizing more people to come in and try. You're sending the message, say, hey, if you come here illegally and you land a job, i.e. stealing one from an American, right? And you work here and now we find you, but you say, wait, I have roots in the country and I've been here X amount of years and I have this job and I'm paying taxes. All of a sudden your law breaking is forgiven because of all those things. No. No. The answer is no. And did you hear what Salazar said in the beginning of that clip? First, we give them dignity. Then another lawmaker will write another law that gives them citizenship. You are rewarding breaking our nation's immigration laws with one of the most sacred rights any human being could possibly be given access to on this planet, which is United States citizenship. If you are a United States citizen, you hit the lottery, whether you were born here, whether you obtained it after coming here legally, you hit the lottery. You're protected by our Constitution. You are a citizen of the greatest country in the history of the world with the strongest military in the entire world, with the best economy in the entire world. Are we a perfect nation? No. Our Constitution even says that. In order to form a more perfect union. We're not perfect. Right? But you're going to reward breaking our laws with citizenship. There is no dignity in that. That's not acceptable. And yet every time this woman, every single time this woman is in front of a camera, she's talking about some form of amnesty. Some way, somehow, she wants to give them citizenship. She wants the illegal aliens to stay. And I get it. You know, she's Hispanic, I think Cuban, and, you know, there are people who fled Cuba and claimed asylum here and all of that. I understand all that. And she's sympathetic to all that. So is Marco Rubio. You don't hear him talking about that like this. It's unacceptable. We don't have room. We don't have the resources. And I certainly don't want to watch Americans have to accommodate somebody who shouldn't be here in the first place, who came here illegally at their own expense, at the expense of the American people. It's unacceptable. And that is not who should be prioritized in this country. The people who should be prioritized in this country are American citizens, not foreign nationals, not illegal aliens. When we come back, I've got one more clip from Salazar about this, which is the new push for the Securing Workforce Act. Again, it's her coming out talking about amnesty. Shawn Farash here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the Dom Show, 855-839-1210. If you want to chime in, we're back after this.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and they're I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits, because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Summer is the wrong time to let small home repair issues turn into big problems. From drafty windows to leaking roofs or overflowing gutters, PJ Fitzpatrick brings their mobile workshop straight to your door, getting your repairs done right the first time. So your home works for you, not against you, all season long. Every repair is backed by 45 years of experience. Let the experts handle it and schedule your home repairs at trustpj.com.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Free speech lives here. The Don Stensland 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is 2:20 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Welcome back in here, the Dom Show, as we take you all the way till 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Eastern Time here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, let us get to, we have another caller waiting on the line. It is Karen from Conshohocken. What's up, Karen?
I just wanted to say, you know, this country it's a melting pot. And what you're explaining is who's picking the lettuce? Who's picking the potatoes? I don't know. There was a group of people that got rounded up last night in Idaho. So who is going to do this work? I want to know.
Americans?
Because I see them all running to the unemployed. We are underemployed. That is the greatest word ever. We are underemployed. There are people that want it. There's jobs around, but nobody's picking the lettuce. Nobody's picking the blueberries in Jersey. The only people that can come here legally are the people from South Africa. You mean to tell me that this government is not?
Wait a second.
bigoted?
There's nobody else that can. You can't come into the country illegally if you're not from South Africa.
You come in legally from South Africa, but nowhere else.
You can come in legally from any country. You can come in legally from Mexico. You can come in legally from any country.
Can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. It takes 5
What do you
years
mean you
to get
can't?
a green card.
There's
You
a process.
can't.
There's a process.
Yeah,
There absolutely is. H-2A. There's H-1B.
All right.
There's
I
legal
don't agree
immigration.
with you. I think this.
Well, I don't care if you hold on. I don't care if you agree
administration-
with me. It's a fact, Karen. It's a fact. There's a process you can
No, it's
follow to
not.
come into the country legally. Yes, there is.
How is the
How
process?
could you tell me there's not?
They closed
There's
the borders.
the process
you
is
can't
H.
get in,
Karen.
and it's
Karen.
5 years.
Karen.
Oh,
This
come
is not
on.
your show, Karen.
Get off of your
Okay?
high horse. They're bigoted.
Okay.
They put him
Okay.
in concentration camps.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, now
They're
we're talking
Nazis.
about concentration camps. How did we get to
Yeah,
concentration
you are.
camps, Karen?
That's what they are. That's what
What
they
is
are.
what's a concentration camp? Why don't you shut up and let me ask you a question? What's a concentration camp?
I don't
Gone.
think she wanted to talk anymore.
What was she saying about concentration camps?
I don't know.
Same.
Is that what?
Didn't get it.
Well, now, because I know she's listening.
Oh my gosh, you have to be from South Africa to come here legally. You can't come here legally from any other country.
Get out of here. No wonder her name was Karen. Get out of here. Yeah, I have no patience for that. You can come. We just had what was his name? The gentleman whose family was from Poland. Was that Mark from Philadelphia?
Mm-hmm.
They came here legally. Last time I checked, Karen, Poland is not South Africa. You mean to tell me all these, some of these folks who are here from other countries, like, for example, Maria Salazar. She's not from South Africa. There are plenty of people who come to this country from other countries. What kind of call is that? I say it's a fact that there's an immigration process and you say that there's not? This is the type of stuff that bothers me. You are in the presence of factual information and you're just denying that it exists. And that drives me crazy because now I'm talking to a wall. And now it's like I said at the beginning of the show, if we can't have common ground on some objective truths like water is wet, Karen would be like, well, water's only wet in South Africa. No, water's wet everywhere, you buffoon. There is a process that somebody from another country can follow to come here legally. You could be from anywhere. You can apply. You can come here legally. Does it take you a long time to become a citizen? It might, and it should. But you can be a legal resident of this country. The H-2A system, for example. We already have this. That's for agricultural workers. What they're talking about in this Restoring or Securing the Workforce Act is extending H-2A permissions and designation to people who came here illegally. That's amnesty. But to say that you can only legally come to the country from South Africa, and then I don't have the slightest clue what she was talking about, concentration camps. Who's going to concentration camps? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that was one of the drug addicts from Kensington. I have no idea because that was just wild. That was just wild. By the way, the code is 8 U.S. Code section, the statute, 8 U.S. Code section 1325A. Improper entry by alien. That's the criminal law that every illegal alien who enters this country illegally violates the second they do it. We will not be rewarding law breaking in this country. We can't. My question is then when does it stop? The answer is it doesn't stop. All right, here's the final clip I've been teasing from Maria Salazar. Salazar's amnesty push. Again, this is a recent clip of hers, and Breitbart News put this out. And as a matter of fact, I highlighted it on X, and a lot of people are now commenting on that clip. It is Maria Salazar once again pushing for amnesty. Let's roll it.
We're talking about those millions and millions of illegals, undocumented people who belong to my community. Probably 80% of the undocumented belong to the Hispanics, the largest and fastest growing minority in the country. So why don't we give them dignity? Let them stay, those who do not have a criminal record. Let them continue contributing to the number one economy in the world so we can continue being the number one military in the world. If we don't have the economy, we don't have the guns. And we cannot defend ourselves.
All right. So now if the illegal aliens are deported, the ones that are working on farms, we're going to have a weak military. I guess Maria Salazar has been consuming the same drug that previous caller was consuming. No, we're not going to let them stay. They violated 8 U.S. Code Section 1325A, improper entry by alien. They do have a criminal record. That is an actual criminal statute. I did not pull that from my rear end. Spare me the sob stories. The only sob story I care about are the Americans that are paying the price for this illegal alien invasion that is stealing their jobs, stealing their housing, stealing their health care, stealing their resources. Or at the very least, driving those costs up. Got a couple other calls waiting here. Let's start with Darlene from Maryland. Hello, Darlene. You're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, hello. Thank you very much for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Hi there.
The first thing I wanted to say in response to Karen is that my dad and my grandfather from San Juan, Puerto Rico, came over here when they were when my dad was a very young boy, and he came over here and he got a United States citizen. He became a United States citizen. He worked his butt off. You know what I mean? He got it. He was proud of it. And he was a hard-working man. I lost him at 50-something years old. However, he had a business. He still worked for other businesses. At one time, he had 3 jobs. And he was proud. You know what I mean? He was a proud American. And that's what these people need to remember. I mean, it does take a process. But you know what? He was thrilled to come over here to a country, like the United States of America, where nothing's free over here. We have this right because there was the military who died for our rights. They forget where this all came from. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we're proud Americans because of it. I'm going to leave it at that because I know it's coming to the end and other people are waiting. But I thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Darlene. Thank you for the insight. I could not agree with you more. I love stories like that. That's the American dream. That's the country that we know and love. That's the country that we need to preserve. That's the republic that we need to keep. This is the land of opportunity. You come here, you bust your butt, you can do anything. Listen, some people are in a bad situation. Some people are born into a great situation. Some people are born in the middle of those two extremes. It is the work ethic, the dedication, the commitment that you make to chasing success that'll get you there. And it's not going to work out for everybody. But this is the land of opportunity. There is not another country that does it better. And it's stories like what Darlene just told. That's why I'm so proud of this place. What's the point of having a country if you can't even enforce the laws? What's the point of even marking your borders if you're not going to enforce who crosses it legally and not? Right? I mean, it's the point of having a door on your front house if it doesn't, if you don't care who comes in and out of it. Right? Anyway, I see 2 calls waiting. We're going to get to them. I see Tim. I see Nick. You guys are next. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to Tim and Nick. They want to chime in as well. We struck a nerve today, and I love when this happens. I love talking to you, the listeners. It's my favorite thing. Even when I disagree. As a matter of fact, I like when we disagree sometimes. But, you start screaming and yelling and flailing about concentration camps, and that's the end of that. So, Tim and Nick, you guys are next when we come back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you want to chime in as well, 855-839-1210. We're on for about the next half hour. We hand it off on the afternoon show. From familiar ground for me, Shawn Farash on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back after this.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Warm and humid conditions continue through the afternoon under partly sunny skies. There will be a chance for a shower or storm mainly south and east of the city with a high 87. For tonight, becoming less humid, partly cloudy. Low 67 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a pleasant day setting up on Thursday with a mix of sun and clouds, low humidity with a high 83.
Make this summer the one you finally love your kitchen. Dawn Stensland here. Kitchen Magic, family owned in Nazareth since 1979, offering 40% off installation and flexible financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well played to the boys behind the glass. Well played. The Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin. The part sounded like our Karen. Apparently she was calling the ICE detention facilities concentration camps. I wonder if she thought they were concentration camps when Obama was deporting people. Probably not. Probably not.
Doubtful.
By the way, Bert, a little breaking news here. A Democrat New Jersey politician who personally sponsored the state's, this is from Eric Doherty on X, a Democrat New Jersey politician who personally sponsored the state's DMV voter registration initiative just came out in support of the Save America Act after Governor Sherrill admitted thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote. Jamel Holly says, quote, I hate to deliver more bad news, but the problem extends well beyond those 6,000 cases. It is more. This is precisely why we must pass the Save America Act. As original co-sponsor of the voter registration program at the DMV, I'm calling for an immediate pause on new voter registrations until stronger safeguards are put in place only at the DMV. The Secretary of State, who also serves as Lieutenant Governor and is named in the current RNC lawsuit, must immediately hand over the voter registration maintenance roles to the Department of Homeland Security for independent review and verification. President Trump on Truth Social says that 35,152 is the new number just released by Homeland Security of non-citizens registered to vote in New Jersey. 35,000 non-citizens registered to vote. Okay? So, there you go. Let's get to some calls here. We got a backlog now, which I love. I love getting to calls. Let's go to Tim from Haddonfield, New Jersey. What's up, Tim?
Hey, Shawn, how are you? Hey,
I'm good, Tim.
One
What's going
thing
on?
that the poor lady who just fell off her rocker, Karen. The only thing I can think of with South Africa, I think she's trying to put a dig in on Elon Musk. That's the only thing that makes any type of sense to me, and that's all. I'm listening.
Well, and I think she's also making the point that a lot of the immigrants that come from South Africa are white, and white people are bad, right? We're the cause of all the world's problems, apparently. So, Tim, good point.
Trump,
Very good.
TDS, just another day.
That's what that was. TDS. Thank you, Tim, for the call. Appreciate it. It's funny, and you mentioned immigrants and that America is the land of opportunity. Elon Musk is a great example. And he's not my favorite person. There's some trust issues there, right? But there's no doubt that he is a success story, and he would not have been able to have built what he built in South Africa or any other country but the United States of America. And that is a fact. It's not to say that I think, again, he's the best guy or the most trustworthy or whatever. But he's a very successful businessman, a successful builder, a successful entrepreneur. And he would not have been able to have had any, or maybe not any, because he's very good at what he does. He would not have been able to be as successful as he is if he was not here in the United States of America to do it. All right, another call. Let's go to Horsham, Pennsylvania, and let's go to Nick. Nick, you're on 1210 WPHT. What's going on?
Hey, Shawn, how you doing?
I'm good, Nick. How are you?
Not too bad, man. Just want to say, big fan. You're a great addition to the show. But
thank you.
I wanted to speak on just a couple things with the illegals. Just how many laws they actually break simply driving.
Sure.
So as far as insurance is concerned, registration is concerned, and I have a quick story. When I was getting my license in Pennsylvania, I was hit by a truck with an equipment trailer on the back. And then when the cops came, there were a bunch of Guatemalans, and there was absolutely no accountability. So the lady whose car that belonged to was stuck with the bill. Right. And in another case, I had a friend unfortunately pass away from a traffic accident that he was illegal from Mexico, brought his family in. I worked with him for many years, great guy. And he was driving home one night and got smacked, unfortunately lost his life. And then due to the people not having insurance, registration, nobody knew who they were. We ended up having to do a large crowdfunding for the final expenses and for his family because he had a lot of young children as well.
Sorry to hear that.
And then as far as that, when they do work, and especially in a skilled trade, I was listening to the one gentleman earlier talking about they're getting into, framing, drywall, obviously, roofing, but also HVAC and electrical work, where normally you have to be a licensed technician to do such work. Well, how do you get your license, let alone your driver's license, your license to work, your bank account, and everything that goes along with it, to be able to do that work, especially in the city?
True. Good point. That's a good point. There's a lot of this slipping through the crack, Nick. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. A lot of these things are slipping through the cracks, and it's happening now at the detriment of the American people, which is simply a betrayal of what we signed up for. We're supposed to be more adequately represented and protected by our own government than we are being right now, and it's not good. It's not good. Let's jump on another call here. Lynn from West Deptford, New Jersey, has a couple of words here for what we all just experienced together. What's up, Lynn?
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call. This is for Karen. Don't open up your mouth unless you know what you're talking about. I've sponsored someone to come over, a friend of mine, his daughter was coming over from Mexico, and I sponsored her. Yes, it took about 3 years. Income tax, bank records, and the government contacts you at a drop of a hat and wants to see everything right there. They want to make sure that the person that's sponsoring the person coming in, everything is legit. I understand that. But she came over, and now she's an immigration lawyer here. They are all for people coming in the right way.
That's
And
right.
if you know the system, and it's very important, the system just breaks down if you have people not coming over the right way. We can't afford to feed all these people, house them, clothe them. It's just not sustainable.
I agree. Thank you, Lynn, for the call. That's a great story. You know, it's just here's someone who had to come in the right way, Lynn sponsored them, got them in the right way, and now that person who came in the right way is actually an immigration lawyer. I mean, look, again, if that doesn't show you that this is the best country ever, look at the opportunities that people are getting when they follow the law. Now this individual is an immigration lawyer, doesn't have to worry about, oh my gosh, am I going to get caught? And isn't a public charge and is not leeching off the taxpayer and is not doing anything at the expense of us. All right, one more call to wrap up this segment. It's Christina from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. What's up, Christina?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. So
Appreciate
I just
you.
have to say, how you doing? I just have to say that you do have to come here the right way. I came here the right way from Portugal.
Thank you.
Many, many years ago. I was only 17 years of age. This was in 1978. I was vetted at 17 years of age. When I went to the police station in Portugal to get a criminal background, they were like, what do you need a criminal background for at 17 years of age in Portugal? Because it was very quiet. I said, I'm going to America. And they were amazed and they were, they were happy for me. Now, many years later, this country is the best that you can find. It's not perfect. It's the best still in the world.
That's right.
And you can come here, and if you work hard, you have to work hard, you can succeed. My husband has had 2 jobs for most of his life. We were able to put my twin sons through school without debt, through college. We were able to help them buy houses, all through hard work. It doesn't come from the sky. You cannot shake the tree, as people think you can, and get the dollars coming. Doesn't happen like that. Also, when I was a child in Portugal, this is the best of America. I was a child in Portugal. We were poor. My mother had many, many children, and my father. I was fed by American goods. We received milk, powdered milk, cocoa, cheese, butter from America. This was when I was a child in Portugal, and so when people badmouth this country, it's not fair. It really isn't, because we're not perfect, but we're not perfect, but we are good. We are
the best in the world.
We're good.
And we're the best in the world.
And I say it as the American way, hands down.
All right. Thank you, Christina, for the call.
Okay,
you know what? I'll say this
you.
too. Not just are we the best in the world, but Christina, you are an example of why we're the best in the world. You are an example of the American dream. You came here. You did it the right way. You and your husband working your tails off, putting your children through school, debt-free, helping them buy houses, understanding what this country is affording you, understanding the opportunity that you're getting, making the most of it. You, Christina, originally from Portugal, now from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a proud American. That's the American dream. And damn it, I love it. I love hearing calls like that. And by the way, Portugal's not South Africa. Christina found a way to make it happen. All right, we're going to take one more quick break. There are 2 calls waiting, and I'm going to try and get to you, John and Bill. I'm going to try and get to you in this final short segment when we come back. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash with you till 3 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's that time of year when the Zeoli Army becomes the Zeoli Navy and we storm the beaches of Cape May. Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. We're going to be live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th for a 4-hour show, just like the good old days, 3 to 7 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. So come on a Friday in August and enjoy your fellow friends. Make some memories together with me at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, Friday, August 7th. See you there.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold, the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back in. It is 2:51. Final segment in the third and final hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I want to jump right in there. 2 calls remaining. Want to make sure we get to everybody. We're going to have to keep these ones kind of short, but let's start with John in New Jersey. What's up, John?
Hi, Dom. Thanks for taking my call. I'll make it real short. I'm from New Jersey, and my sister used to live in Hamilton. And when my kids were little, they used to work in the blueberry fields, packing the blueberries, and my nephews and everything else. But back then and now, I know for a fact that the Clarence way off. They have migrants coming up from Mexico. In fact, they would go down there and pick them up, and they would give them their green cards and everything else, and they would come up for the season and work during the summer, and then they would go back to Mexico. So that's a simple thing to do. They do it every year. Not, this business about it takes 5 or 6 years. And people like that, they talk like they know what they're doing, they know what they're saying, and they're totally wrong. Anybody, in the state of New Jersey knows that, cranberries, blueberries, a lot of stuff comes up, the migrants come up, not just from Mexico, even from other parts of South America. They get their green cards, they come up for the season. Thanks for letting me take the call. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Even if you called me dumb, it's okay.
Force of habit. Right.
It's okay. No, it's fine. I love it. No, it's good. It's a great point. Great point. Just wanted to add that little humor into that. It's a great point from John from New Jersey. This is what happens though when you deal with a leftist that calls in and starts screaming and then doesn't get the answer that she wants, and then it becomes concentration camps, and it's like, okay, so you're just making an emotional argument. That's it. Final call of the day, Bill from Wildwood, New Jersey. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Shawn, how you doing? I'll make it quick.
I'm all right.
I have 5 technicians that work for me that came in the right way. 2 from Cuba, 2 from Mexico, and 1 from Venezuela. So they're instrument electrical background. They came in, did it the right way, You know, they're legal citizens. They're living the American dream. They love our country. And that's all I got to say, Shawn.
All right. Thank you, Bill from Wildwood. And none of those countries were South Africa. Unbelievable. There must be a lot of miracles being worked here, since none of the illegal none of these immigrants, whether it's Portugal, whether it's Venezuela or Mexico or Cuba or Poland, not South Africa. There you go. All right. I got to do this because, this is the first time. We had so many calls come in today. It just kind of, once it started, it was like everybody kind of got fired up and wanted to give their 2 cents. And I love it, by the way. That is one of my favorite things about live radio, is talking to callers, talking to listeners, and going where you want to go with the show, and great insight from everybody. So quick shout out to Stan from Newport, and Mark from Philadelphia, and Chef Dave from Oakland, and Phil from Delaware. And yes, Karen from Conshohocken. And even though, we disagreed, you got a lot of people fired up. So we appreciate that. Darlene from Maryland, and Tim from Haddonfield, New Jersey. Also love you. Nick from Horsham, Pennsylvania. Lynn from West Deptford. Great story about your immigration journey, and about the sponsoring someone who came in here the right way. Christina from Bucks County, originally from Portugal, now a proud American. John from New Jersey, and Bill from Wildwood. The show would not be what it was today if it was not for you. And to all the other listeners, whether you're on the YouTube live chat or you're listening live on the air, 1210 a.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, or the iHeartRadio app, or the free Odyssey app. I appreciate each and every one of you tuning in and giving your 2 cents on social media and all that. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 12 to 3, filling in for Dom Giordano. And if you want any more of me, I don't know if you guys can handle it. If you want any more of me, I'm on rumble.com/LFATV, 10 a.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday, with my own hour-long show, Ungoverned, although I know it's on the same time as Dawn Stensland, so you could listen to that later once you're done giving all of your attention to the best radio station in the country, and that is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Look, the final thing I'm going to leave you with here is I don't have a problem with legal immigration, okay? I don't. Many of our callers, shared experiences, whether they did it or sponsored somebody coming in, or they're working at a job now. The technicians are all legal immigration or immigrants. I have no problem with that. Okay? My problem comes, and I start to have a problem when we are rewarding law breaking. And there is a criminal statute on the books, 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien. And if we're not going to enforce that, then we don't have borders. And if we don't have borders, we don't have a country. This is the best country on earth. We have crazy. Is this mariachi? You guys playing me out with mariachi music? You guys are out of your minds. I love it.
I guess that's what it is. Yeah. It's our usual closing down music. Yeah.
There it is. Mariachi. I'll bring my sombrero tomorrow when we do the mariachi to sign off. Thank you so much for everyone watching and listening. See you tomorrow as we fill in again for Dom Giordano, 12 to 3. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the calls. Let's do it again tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. And the afternoon show is up next. See you tomorrow afternoon.